Before I get started on any of my art stuff, I first wanted to check out this pretty cool thing. Some more Alamau things that I saw earlier today. The small kitty just got into like a fighting mode. Why is she being all spooky for? Okay, let me see. I guess what I should do first, real quick, is I should grab my thingies. So I guess real quick, I'll just look into a couple of these that I wanna get some colors and shapes from. I kind of want to do like an orange-ish sort of sky like this, but then I also want like a purple hills. Maybe like this. I don't know if this color in particular. Oh yeah. Since it is currently the top of the show, if you want to support the show, you want to support my work, you can look below for the tip, the Streamlabs link. $3 and higher tip will give you a text-to-speech thingy. You can also support on Subscribestar. That'll support my streams. You can toss over a buck or two monthly if you like the chill vibes and the art and the spooky stuffs and the memery. Or you can also look at the Amazon lists, my affiliate links, with my recommended Amazon stuff, or also my wish list. And you can lastly also do subscribe on Twitch. If you have Twitch Prime and you're not using it on anybody, you can use it for me. And you'll send me some of Jeff Bezos' money. And fairly soon, I guess what I should do is, while I'm here, while I am in the middle of a stream, while I am working on stuff, I could off screen, I could like hide the screen, but I can continue setting up and fixing my my website store for you can buy my poems and my books. I guess my poems and my stories are technically not books, but they probably kind of count as if it could be. I'll continue to work on getting that resolved. Kind of like this one. This looks pretty nice. Looks like a Kidrit. Probably because of it's like is this watercolor? Not really sure. I like the shading. I think it's really cool. You know what? Maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll do like a purplish sky like this. Purple, pink, dark skies. And then I'll do like highlights and orange for like the jack-o'-lanterns for the pumpkins and everything. I'll give things a little orange glow and highlight. And then the silhouette of the terrain and the building, if I make one, will just be all in black. That's not bad. I think I'll take this. So here's one. I think I did see. I do want kind of like hills, varied shades of hills. Could be pretty cool. Pretty cool. I do like this smoky effect here. This looks really nice. I can definitely do something like that as well. Oh, this is cool. It's like a radial effect around the sun moon thingy. I like this one with the kitty on the tree. That's pretty cool. So the reason I'm gonna work on this is so that I can have another AFK screen or hiding the screen video, like this 4th of July one that I have. It's starting to feel a little cooler, so I don't know if I feel necessarily as if the 4th of July one is appropriate. And 4th of July is like an entire month away now, an entire month passed. So I think I want to have an alternative to the 4th of July one. Initially, I did want the fireworks to be animated, like coming from the ground, then exploding in the sky, but I ran out of time. That's definitely something I can work on stream as well. So I got my 4th of July one. I have my Christmas one. I still need to work on finding a way to animate this one. I'll probably do like blinking Christmas lights, something like that, flashing Christmas lights. And then my original one is this Thanksgiving one, the very first one I made. But now I want to make a Halloween one to go after July and before November. So hence why I am looking at reference material right now. So I really like this one, and I think I want to take some vibes from this one. Is this as big as it gets? Well, I think this is, yeah, definitely as big as that picture gets. I wasn't planning on doing like this sort of shading with clouds, but looking at this, maybe that's actually a pretty cool idea. Why is this? Why does this witch over here have like a boost? It's like she's playing Mario Kart or something, and she's getting she's using her mushroom to zoom past all the other racers. She's the best racist. Um, I guess that's it. That's what I'll do for now. Just these two. Use these as reference. Let's see. Let me hide. Pull this over this way. Pull up the Photoshops. Oh, wait. I gotta hide this real quick so I can find my Kuromi's my other Kuromi's AFK background stuffs. I don't actually know where I left it on my files. Is it break video? No, it's not here. A lot of my files are way too unorganized. I definitely need to sort through this at some point. This is not how I want this to be. I got too many things all over the place. Oh, wait, is it this? No, that's not it. Rip. I need an adult. Oh, wait a second. I think if I open the project on my video editor, maybe that will help me. That will the assets that I used. It'll show where it's where the source of that image is. Okay, hold on a second. Guess I'll put on the music again real quick while we're doing this. Kuromi Giving. Open that one. Oh no, it's opening the wrong one. Kuromi Giving, open this. Okay, where? Oh, fuck. No, wait, this isn't gonna help because... Fuck. Where the heck is the PSD? I have too many Kuromi files. I don't even know where the heck. Oh wait, I think it's here. Oh, okay, I found it. Okay. Yeah, I definitely need to organize this stuff. Okay, let's kill all of this. Grab a new set. Fuck, go up, you fucker. I think it's in set 1. Set 1 is empty. Okay, let's do set 2. Let's name that to Kuromi Ween. Okay. Let's kill this. Let's kill... Wait. Okay, I just had to make sure. Had to make sure there was nothing else showing up in the background that may or may not have gotten me sussed out by Twitch and or YouTube. Let's see. Let me Jamie pull that shit up. Gotta find my video. Mudahar made a vid. What the heck is this? Base plus Brave. Based. I'm not sure what this thing is supposed to be. Bridge.base.com. It's just a wallet. Base Bridge enables the transfer of certain digital assets and other data back and forth between Ethereum and Base. I'm not sure what Base is. Well, if I don't know what it is, I'm not even gonna bother. Okay, so Mudahar made a video about some spooky Elamal stuff going on in, I believe, Peru. Massive alien/UFO attack in Peru.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and it's a late night tonight. And you know what we're looking at, ladies and gentlemen? Something that I consider to be quite hilarious. Now, what if I tell you that there's aliens that have been attacking not in the United States, but in South America? Ladies and gentlemen, today's brand new alien video comes out from Peru. Now, this title of a headline reads, Peruvian villagers claim they were attacked by Predator-style aliens. Now, for somebody in the audience that has no idea what Predator is, shame on you. You got to watch one of...
That's me. I've never watched Predator. Never watched Predator, nor have I watched the first Alamau, so I am completely in the dark when it comes to this particular topic or whatever memes he brings up.
One of the best alien movies of all time, this is what a predator looks like, okay? They're otherworldly beings that predate on, what they believe to be lower life forms. Now, all you need is a little bit of mud, some tactical Arnold, 80s action movie training, and then you got this thing taken care of. But all jokes aside, this is what apparently is a reference. This is what the Peruvian village that we're looking at claims is attacking them since the 11th of July. Okay, this is not a new endeavor. This is frankly something that's been going on for a fair bit for a troubled group of villagers. Now, members of the Iquitu indigenous people in rural Alto Nene claim to have seen the beast after it attacked a 15-year-old girl. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, they allege that this creature slashed her across the neck, which required heavy medical attention. Now, over here, you can see that this is actually one villager that's alleged to be injured by a 7-foot-tall alien that they call the Los Pelacaras, which is the face peelers, okay? Now, there's actually an image that I can't show you because it's actually...
They're gonna say, or I guess he's gonna try to make the connection, or somebody is, that it's like a chupacabra because of the pelacara. We'll see how this story progresses.
Actually quite graphic, but the way that I can describe it is an individual's face is actually peeled away. Obviously, this wasn't proven to be true. The footage people were sharing was actually quite old. It might not even have been alien footage, probably would have been snuff footage from someplace. That's why it's quite graphic. Now, believe it or not, this situation has caused such pandemonium that Peruvian officials, armed Peruvian operators, are currently, at the site, which is actually 10 hours of a boat trip away from the local area, just so that they can actually make sure that these people are taken care of. Because again, this is apparently an attack that's been going on since the 11th of July, as these people claim. So obviously this requires direct military intervention. In fact, one of the 15-year-old girls over here, this is who she apparently is, was actually taken to a hospital because she had that severe neck injury, which what the villagers claim to actually have. And because of this, the entire village is now in conjunction with the military in part of night patrols to basically fight off the invading alien threat. This is XCOM on a local tribe scale. So this is the community leader, Jairo Rietgul Avilia. I hope I pronounced that one right. These gentlemen are aliens. I love how after attacking a 15-year-old girl, this person's Canadian enough to say, these gentlemen. They seem armored like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man. Oh boy.
Okay, now... now I'm curious. Now I want to see a picture of this, and why is YouTube saying that it's... What the heck? What do you mean there's not enough data? YouTube is not receiving enough video data to maintain smooth streaming. OBS seems fine. I assume it's just saying that, and it's not actually an issue. Okay, well, I'm gonna assume that it's still fine. Oh no, I didn't. I did not clean up. Oh, I did not clean up the area underneath my what's it called? Where I keep my tablet. Why? I'm not sure why it's saying that it's not sending appropriate data. Okay, now it says it's fine. Maybe it was just there for like a second or something. That's so weird. Strange and curious. Curious. Okay, let's get back to...
I have shot him twice, and he does not fall, but rises and disappears. We are frightened by what is happening in the community. The color is silver. Their shoes are round and in shape, and with that they rise up. Now, of course, ladies and
They rise
gentlemen,
up.
this is a pretty serious scenario simply due to the fact that these people are actually being attacked. That's not fake. Now, whether this is aliens or not is definitely up for debate. In fact, one of the theories that people are sharing around is this could easily be like drones or something in the area that are actually causing damage. Drones that are linked to actual drug trafficking organizations, criminal operations around the area. As you all know, South America is a hotbed for DTOs, criminal operators, and unfortunately, I wish that wasn't the case, but it apparently seems to be. So one of the things that people wanted to look at, and the reason I'm making this video is there's apparently, allegedly, video footage, okay? So we're gonna hit play, and we're gonna watch this video footage.
Okay, let me pull up the big screen for this one. Let's see. Let's see these Emotes.
From David Grush Enjoyer, okay?
What the heck? It's so slowed down. Just show it to me in normal speed at 1.0 speed. What the heck? It just sounds spooky. What?
So, okay, that was slowed down footage. I think that's enough of what you need to see. Now, obviously, the people in the video are very...
Not only was it slow motion and super low res, but also it's like super zoomed in, so you're like literally losing so much detail in that. I'm gonna have to see if there's any original footage for that that's not adjusted or edited in any way before it's been published. I think what I saw was like whatever this alleged creature, this alleged being is, like on top of a, like we're looking at his back, like he's on top of somebody attacking them. But I really can't say for sure though.
Very distressed. Now you might be wondering, what is actually going on? Now this kind of tilts me to the point because anytime we come across UFO footage, this is allegedly captured in the year 2023. And
yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, they're in Peru, so the likelihood that they have the most advanced current phones with the most current cameras on those phones is quite low. So I don't think this is necessarily a fair criticism. They're probably just like farmers or something like that. Because I wouldn't imagine that something like this would happen in a city without like stores having their own cameras, their own security cameras.
it is recorded in the shittiest way possible, okay? We are talking Gizmondo N-Gauge. I don't even know if the N-Gauge has a camera. Gizmondo PSP 1000 camera levels of quality, okay? Somebody whipped out the PS2 iToy, aimed it in the dark, and then put it into Sony Vegas and blew that shit up through the levels. Also, we can see this actual footage. Now, at this point, you're seeing the compression artifacts, the pixels. What you're not able to see is the goddamn alien. Now, in this situation, this green blob that you've been seeing, this is apparently images of the aliens. Now, of course, if you zoom up into the alien, throughout the clip, you come across images that look like this. Now, obviously, if your mind, okay, if your imagination is as magical as mine is, okay, you're gonna see a head over here with 2 eyeballs. You'll see what appears to be a torso. That might be an arm. And these are, in fact, 2 legs, okay? Now, I don't know if this is a tail or not. I don't remember if the Predator had a tail. I know Alien had a tail, the Xenomorphs, but not Why am I bringing 80s sci-fi into this? Stop it, Muda, stop it. So, of course, in other shots, ladies and gentlemen, to look closer into the scenario, one of them was this shot. Now, again, I don't know how the audience is supposed to decipher this, okay? This could be a palm tree. This could be an alien. This might actually even be a poltergeist, okay? Because as far as I'm able to tell, this is 32 kilobytes of pixels, okay? I don't know why I'm trying to crack my neck, okay? Now, of course,
Yeah, that's just not really enough video data there to go on. It's not particularly visually clear. It's not particularly distinct. A little unsure what exactly we're supposed to make of this footage that we have here. There's just not enough.
some of the theories involved that this could easily be a palm tree. And that's pretty much what we can say. Generally, with shitty video quality like this, it's quite impossible to figure it out. Okay, that's just pretty much what it comes down to. So one of the accounts here, Cosmic Disclosure, writes, "Thanks for pointing that out. When you zoom in, the solid part of the head is very small. It does look like the face to eye ratio of a praying mantis." Again, this is about as much effort as you can pull out of 14p worth of visual data. It is what it is. No AI exists strong enough to be able to upscale this to any possible visual quality.
Yeah, no,
It is what it is. Now, the question we pose to you, the audience, is this signs of a Peruvian alien attack, an alien invasion, an imminent threat since July 11th? The answer might shock you. Honestly, there's no real concrete proof if this was in fact alien information. If this was actually aliens, it wouldn't just be the Peruvian military that would be there. It would be the entire world's military that would invade in this one place to stop an actual alien. If it was actual aliens, there's one military that would be there, okay? The CIA. They would absolutely be there to make sure they get whatever body and bring it right back home for autopsy purposes. Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, I think the most likely scenario is that these people are being attacked by what appears to be maybe DTO drones. Who knows? Something a little bit more close to humanity. But what is true is these people appear to actually be attacked, and for a small tribe, a small village, that is an incredibly serious situation. I know that I kind of started this video off looking into this with a bit of sarcasm in regards to the alien information, but I'm not sarcastic in regards to the danger that is being posed to this small village right now. And for all intents and purposes, I really hope the Peruvian military, Peruvian intelligence services make sure that this isn't aliens, and if it is actually a human element, because it probably is, that these people are actually safe from any harm. There's no reason anybody should be attacked. Now, of course, whether this is the Green Goblin or the Predator or something, that's really up to debate, okay?
It does look kind of like the green gremlin, based off the proportions of the eyes and the it's kind of like a conical shape to the head. But again, this is from very reduced, very low info, low resolution video footage. So there's not much really we can't say with too much certainty. Ultimately,
if it's something that I learned about Latin America, paranormal stuff, alien stuff is treated incredibly serious over there. Now, this is actually more realistic to me than the fucking weird elf discovery that the Mexican president had. So, again, I'm going to make sure to keep tabs on this, okay? There's two things I'm keeping tabs on. LK99 and the Peruvian alien attack, okay? Because if this is true, then, ladies and gentlemen, we got them. First contact. And you bet if they're going to attack our people, we're nuking these fucking aliens out of the sky. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and yeah. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
The lighting here looks way too similar to the 4th of July one. I'm gonna have to do something slightly more different than this, I think. I guess also if I whatchamacallit, if I add in a moons somewhere, maybe that'll be better. Let's go look at the comments here on this video. See what all the other Alabama enthusiasts say. Let's see. As someone from Peru, I can confirm that we are frequently attacked by UFOs. Also, what the heck? I start coughing for like no reason all of a sudden. Maybe I do need some water. Peru is full of wildlife supernatural stories. My uncle would have tons of passed down stories of leprechauns, banshees, aliens, angels, etc. The Peruvian Sierra and jungle can get very secluded and dangerous, especially at night, so it makes sense that people have creepy encounters. I think we can all agree that this story will inevitably become some sort of indie horror game down the line, and it'll be glorious. I agree with Muda when it's unknown creatures, Bigfoot, ghosts, aliens. It's shot in such horrible ass quality that even 144p is laughing at it. It's because all of the paranormal things, whether it's ghosts or Elamaus or demons or big feats, it's because all of those have because of the fact that they are supernatural and or paranormal, they by default, by design, have some sort of EMP effect, which either reduces the quality of photography and video that you can capture, or just downright entirely kills your electronics. They there's definitely some sort of disabling effect when it comes to these things. It's true story, bro. That's literally exactly what happens. No cap. You okay, buddy? It's totally, literally, actually the EMP effect, and not the fact at all that people are making it up. Yep, that's it. Some context from a fellow Peruvian. 1. Videos taken in bad quality make sense in South America, since poverty is pretty common in our countries. In Peru, poverty is a problem in the highlands and the jungle. The video is, in fact, from a tribe from the jungle zone. Just to add more context, not all the country has access to good quality of internet or even signal for phones. Yeah, that's definitely one of the things. That's the case when it comes to South America and Mexico. Basically, anywhere that's not the U.S. I think also near high density populations in Europe, and near high density populations in Asia or Southeast Asia. I think outside of the further away you get from those high population, highly technological, highly modernized vicinities, the further away you get from there, the more difficult it is to have the most recent technologies available, both in terms of like price or also in terms of just like it takes a while to get there, and additionally it takes a while to repair. If something goes wrong, it may be more difficult to maintain and adequately take care of. I think all of those things in conjunction are reasonable enough to explain why in these remote areas and why in these poorer, less affluent areas, that seems to be the case when it comes to video and pictures. The most definitely the recent thing a few months ago from Nevada. I believe it was Nevada, where apparently the Elamaus landed in the backyard by the forklift. I think that's definitely one of the ones where like I would totally expect much higher quality video, but those might be the people involved in who supposedly encountered these beings. Maybe they're just frugal and they don't buy the latest phones. They just buy secondhand, already used stuff. So that could also explain why some of that video quality isn't the best. I've never really thought about that either. Like people who go out into the woods, or just hiking or hunting. Maybe they themselves are also fairly frugal people who don't want to drop, like, what is 1,600? Is that the current price for the newest, latest phones? Maybe that they don't want to drop that much on phones because they're going to be out in the wilderness and they don't want it to get bonked by a tree, or if it falls on a rock or something, they don't want to risk doing that. So they just take like an older phone, or they pour their funds, their limited funds, into their equipment, their hunting equipment, and all that other good stuff. And so maybe that's part of the reason why. I'm talking about in response to this supposed alien.
Now, of course, ladies and
this really low quality footage here is from South America, from Peru. And so, in conjunction with what this replier is saying, Peru has a lot of areas that are that aren't affluent, and so and according to this person, it says that this video here, this super low res video, is from a jungle tribe, which explains both the probability of why their camera or phone has low resolution images, as well as why there's low signal, and why it's difficult, I assume, why it's difficult to get this footage out. Let's see, number 2. The tribe was actually scared and 100% believed it was an alien attack, but in reality it was an illegal group of miners. Yeah, that's one of the things that I assumed too. It could have just been like other people, but they just couldn't see very well. I'm not sure. But in reality, it was an illegal group of miners trying to scare the tribe in order to continue their operations in the zone without any problems with the tribe. 3. Ignorance is pretty common in the third world, and even more in places where technology can't reach due to government mediocrity or zone issues, like weather, terrain, etc. So it is a shame, but not so far from reality, that people in those zones could believe in that stuff. I've been trying to say this, whether it's gold miners or loggers. The idea of kids in a Peruvian jungle hut watching Spider-Man is funny to me. Yeah, because apparently in the article it did mention that he looks, the alien looks kind of like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man. So somehow, I guess somebody sent them like an old laptop and a USB stick with some movies, and then where exactly is it? Scooby-Doo style. Where's the Green Goblin part? I think it may have been another article that he had here. Here we go. These gentlemen are aliens. They seem armored like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man. Wait, hold on. Who's saying this? Because it could be like a... It's possible that this person is actually like from a city, like a city police or a government agency of some sort. And so maybe that person may have a bit better... what should we call it? Cultural awareness about movies. So maybe he's the one who knows about Spider-Man. But yeah, it's it's pretty funny if he's actually one of the jungle the jungle tribesmen, and he somehow knows about the Green Goblin and Willem Dafoe's Spider-Man. Maybe they're somewhat of a scientist themselves. Let me see if I can find this article. Peruvian alien attack. This is from theexpress.com. Frightened Peruvians on alert over 7-foot face-eater aliens targeting remote community. What the heck? Always the worst when there's bugs on my face. I really need to change the bug thingy, the flycatcher in my room. Face-eating aliens are allegedly terrifying the residents of a small Peruvian village, prompting an investigation by the Peruvian National Police. So it could be this guy from the Peruvian National Police. It could be a spokesperson, police person, who is making the connection to the green gremlin. So it says here, this guy who mentions the Green Goblin, he is a local community leader. So that could mean maybe he has, because of his connections with as a leader, maybe because of his connections to the other villages and towns, and maybe cities and police and such. Maybe that could explain why he is aware of the Green Gremlin. Officials have yet to determine whether the reports are real, a part of folklore, or merely all a hoax. Well, we'll see if anything comes further of this, but it does seem as if it could be people who are out there illegally trying to gather some resource without the proper authorization. Let me see if that. Before I continue with my art here, or before I go into more videos, our podcast, let's go look at alien news. 8 hours ago, why Americans are uniquely obsessed with aliens. See, it's not just me. No, the government didn't say aliens are real. What we can verify about the UFO hearing. Craving more UFO content after hearing? Watch these 3 UFO docuseries. UFO sighting. Were aliens spotted in the skies above Louisiana? Let's check out that one. That's from the Jerusalem Post. Why is the Jerusalem Post writing about an article about an alien sighting in Louisiana? They're trying to do the old sleight of hand and try to get you to pay attention to me over here talking about the Elamiles as opposed to something else that actually matters. Kirsten Gillibrand wants to know the truth about aliens. Okay, we'll do these 3. The why Americans are uniquely obsessed, and then the UFO spotted over Louisiana, and then Kirsten Gillibrand. From Yahoo News by Garen Flowers. Published Wednesday, August 9th, 2023. Why Americans are uniquely obsessed with aliens. The recent congressional hearing on unidentified anomalous phenomena sparked a new wave of conversation and fanaticism. July 26 gave many UFO enthusiastic Americans what they were waiting for. The government publicity the government publicly confronted the topic of extraterrestrial life. On on that day, a former military officer, David Grush, along with two other military veterans, testified to House representatives that the military and executive branch agencies had withheld information regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena (UAP) from Congress and the public. As America's infatuation with the otherworldly grows, a pressing question takes center stage. Does solid evidence exist to substantiate the existence of visitors from the unknown? Grush told lawmakers that the U.S. had possibly been aware of non-human activity since the 1930s and that it had addressed crashed UFOs. A Defense Department spokesperson. Why does YouTube keep saying there's not enough data? My bit rate is at 5,500 for YouTube. Let me bump that up to 6,000, I guess. Let's see if that makes it treat me a little nicer. Apply there. Oh, okay. Now I went too far. Now the bit rate is struggling a little. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it was just a slight hiccup. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it. I have currently dropped 184 frames. Let's hope that's the highest it gets to. A Defense Department spokeswoman told the Associated Press that the agency had not discovered, quote, any verifiable information to substantiate claims that any programs regarding the possession or reverse engineering of extraterrestrial materials have existed in the past or exist currently. Jack Brokus, the creator and editor-in-chief of Paranormal Daily News, a publication that covers all things extraterrestrial, said that the congressional hearing has turned everything upside down. It gave me shivers when Grush said that we have biological evidence of beings that goes beyond anything we've heard, he told Yahoo News. The quote that I read before is that he said biologics, not biological. But they could be the same thing. I'm not exactly sure what he means by biologics. Let me go look it up. Define biologics. Biologic, another term for biological. Okay, well, maybe I'm not really sure if he's trying to obfuscate something by not fully saying biological or not. It's a little weird. Let me just real quick have a look here, see if the stream is fine. It looks quite fine to me visually. I'm not really sure why YouTube keeps complaining about the bitrate. Maybe YouTube is just having issues today and it's giving false positives on that. Continue story. Okay, Americans are too overwhelmed to care. Okay, I think this is the paragraph, the entire paragraph that I actually came here for, which has the heading, people remain fascinated by the potential of otherworldly life. America's obsession with aliens and UFOs is nothing new. In fact, it's something that's been in the zeitgeist since at least the immediate post-war years of the late 40s and 50s, when paranoia stemming from the use of the atomic bomb and fraught international tensions caused many to start looking to the skies, wondering what could possibly happen next. And that's it. That's all the article really says about the title regarding why Americans are uniquely obsessed with aliens. Because of that, because of the Cold War and atomic weapons. Let's read the comments. Not just Americans, but many from around the world. How can one continue to reject the notion that we are already being visited by beings with technology far superior than our own when millions have seen them? All of them are misidentified, according to naysayers. Even if the witnesses are experts in these fields or professional pilots and scientists. I often laugh at the naysayers, debunkers, and title that says, "Have we been visited by aliens?" There is no concrete evidence possible. Logic dictates if something moved with intelligence and beyond what we are capable of, and it is not a natural phenomenon. Oh my goodness, is this an AI comment? Kind of seems like it a little bit. This comment here seems a little sus. Not Americans, but rather Republicans. I'm curious why he specifies Republicans rather than just all Americans. I'd guess that Americans have the same normal interest in UFOs that everyone all over the world have. But Republican politicians have to do something because they've got zippo to show for accomplishments. And talking about UFOs takes their audience's attention away from Biden's success turning around the post-COVID economy. The Biden's success on the post-COVID economy using Trump's vaccine. Yes. Republicans, this is a reply to that one. Republicans like Chuck Schumer, Jamie Raskin, and Alexandria Cortez. Uh-oh, he got you. Republicans like Kirsten Gillibrand here in this other article that we're about to read. Yep, those are definitely the Republican names that come to mind when I think about Republicans who are trying to draw your attention to the UFOs instead. Okay, last comment we're going to read here by T. Bond. I think we are mainly obsessed right now because a respected, high-ranking former intelligence officer just claimed he has interviewed over 40 witnesses in high-ranking positions that we have a UFO in our possession. Frankly, I can't believe we're talking about this more until this mystery over this whistleblower claim is solved. That's where we will leave this one. I got clickbaited by this title on Yahoo News. I'm gonna go ahead and start blacklisting Yahoo News for their ridiculous clickbait. I came here to learn why Americans are so uniquely obsessed with UFOs and aliens, and instead they just gave me a summary of the congressional hearings like a month after they happened. Cringe, bro. Okay, the Jerusalem Post. I feel like this is a fake news website because it is under the Jerusalem Post, under the section, under the what would it be called? The section or the it's tagged under OMG. It's like, okay, buddy. Anyway, let's go ahead. But I'm going to go ahead and assume it is it's either fake or either this article is fake, either this website is fake, or it's like an AI generated article. I'll go look more into this supposed Louisiana sighting and see if there are any other articles that also talk about it. UFO sighting. Were aliens spotted in the skies above Louisiana? Residents of Louisiana, USA were stressed by photos of a bright ball flying at 4:30 a.m., raising many questions in the country. That definitely sounds like it reads like an AI or something. And the byline says it is Mariv online. I'm not really sure what that is. Sounds like a AI. Mariv is online. There's a video. The thumbnail of the video makes it look more like a meteor. Or okay, I don't think this is actually a video of this supposed sighting. It might be a different one, but we'll check in a second. As UFO sightings continue to make headlines, experts claim to possess evidence of extraterrestrial existence, further fueling the fascination surrounding such phenomena. A recently uploaded video on social media captured the attention of many as it showcased a mysterious green fireball illuminating the skies over Louisiana, leaving residents perplexed and anxious about the spectacle. The footage, recorded by security cameras of Louisiana residents, displayed a vivid green light filling the night sky before vanishing abruptly. While some experts attribute the event to a meteor disintegration upon entry into the Earth's atmosphere, locals remain convinced that the object was in fact a UFO that landed nearby. Okay, that's basically everything that we need to know. Let's go look at this video. Might be loud. Okay, so this was uploaded 3 weeks ago, July 16th, 2023. The description reads, a vehicle dashcam and doorbell camera captured the moment when what appeared to be a green-hued meteor lined the night sky of the southern U.S. states on Friday. There's probably no audio. Yeah, that definitely looks like a meteor. It's just coming straight down at like a 45-degree angle or so. Which, yeah, my first instinct is to assume it is a meteor. If it were coming down at that angle and then swiftly went up at the same angle in the opposite direction, like to make a V or something, then maybe in that situation I would have started to say something is a little sussy, or if it started going horizontally to the ground, maybe at that point I would be a bit more sussy and suspect that it's a Ilamau, but yeah, that's more of a meteor for sure. I've never seen one in person, but I'm pretty sure maybe at some point I will before I die. Okay. City and State, New York. Published August 8th, 2023. Kirsten Gillibrand wants to know the truth about aliens. The U.S. Senator also talked about the Equal Rights Amendment as a way to generate Democratic turnout in 2024. U.S. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand intends to get to the bottom of potential UFO activity. While that's not a word you are likely to hear around the halls of government, the official term is unidentified anomalous phenomena. And there goes YouTube again, telling me that the bitrate is all wonky. The topic is currently the subject of heightened scrutiny. A House Oversight Subcommittee held a hearing July 26th on UFOs in which lawmakers heard testimony from 3 former military officials who made claims ranging from allegations of the federal government sheltering alien spacecraft to encounters with unknown objects. Um, Having helped lead the effort to create the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, tasked with detecting and identifying mysterious objects a few years ago, probing for answers is right up Gillibrand's alley. Um, let's skip all this boring stuff about Biden, military sexual assault, federal indictment of Trump, Fend Off Fentanyl Act. What's this one? I never heard about this act. Your Fend Off Fentanyl Act just passed in the U.S. Senate. Tell us a little bit more about that piece and how it was crafted. I've just heard so many heartbreaking stories of families losing loved ones. One particular story of a 16-year-old girl going to a sleepover and taking what she thought was a Percocet, and it was pure fentanyl. Her parents said she didn't have a chance, and I thought this is so representative of how horrific this scourge of fentanyl is in our society. The precursor chemicals are from China, straight to Mexico, and then sold directly to drug dealers throughout the United States. This piece of legislation takes the issue very seriously. It declares the international trafficking of fentanyl as a national emergency. It requires the president to sanction transnational criminal organizations, drug cartels, and key members engaged in the international fentanyl trafficking. It also enables the president to use the proceeds of forfeited sanctioned property of fentanyl trackers to further law enforcement activities. This is a really robust piece of legislation that tries to take on this criminal network head on to stop the death of our young people who don't even know they're taking fentanyl. Okay, that's pretty cool. It's really sad that like a 16-year-old girl went to a sleepover. Was the fentanyl in the Percocet bottle, or is it? I don't even know what. Is that like for in the sleepings or something? Percocet is a controlled substance, high risk for addiction and dependence. Is in for the relief of moderate to moderately severe pain. Unlucky. That's really sad. What were your biggest takeaways from the recent testimony about alleged secret government programs involving UFOs? They are very serious allegations. The hearing had two sets of testimony. The first was from pilots who saw an object flying in the sky that looked like a tic-tac that had very strange patterns and abilities. Those pilots were retaliated against, and their careers were derailed, which is how I got involved in the issue. We want our pilots and our service members to come forward when they see things that they cannot identify, which is why I created the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to review all of these unidentified aerial phenomena in a scientific and thorough way. So far, they are looking at about 600 UAP reports and datasets, and they've only finished about half of them. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence made a report on what AARO accomplished in January. They assessed the first 366 unidentified aerial phenomena, and 26 were basically drone-like systems. 163 were balloon or balloon-like entities, 6 were birds or debris, but they couldn't identify 171. We realized for AARO to really work better, we are going to need a lot more sensors around military bases, nuclear sites, and our aircrafts. That is going to be one of my to-dos for the new Congress. Some of the unidentified aerial phenomena is going to be Chinese, some is going to be Russian, some is going to be Iranian, and some maybe others. But we need to know what we can know, and at least identify the knowable so our pilots are safer. So that we know what else is in the sky. We were not tracking these spy balloons when the AARO office was created. That's a problem. We need to know when our adversaries are spying on us. We need domain awareness, and we need air superiority. If our adversaries have technology that we don't have, we need to know about it. The second testimony was about a service member whose job was to investigate all UAP programs and co-locate them and write an assessment. Through that effort, this whistleblower met several people who said they had worked on alien-related programs where they either had crash material or that crash material resulted in dead aliens. I have no ability to verify that testimony because we've not been told of any such programs. We've asked for all information related to all programs and have not been given that detail. One of three things is true. Either it doesn't exist and they worked on programs that were alien related which weren't, or they were making it up, or these programs do exist and the Department of Defense is not either read in on it or needed to know is so small that the people that have been testifying in front of us don't know about it. Or they are just misrepresenting the facts. It's a little weird to read, or maybe I'm just hiccuping a bit too much, but there's too many different statements there with commas everywhere. I intend to get to the bottom of it. I think these service members, certainly the whistleblowers that I've met, are very thoughtful, serious people. So I really want to investigate it to its fullest. And ARROW stands for All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. And then the rest is some other political stuff. Well, I certainly hope that we get more info. Ogre time. Also, I'm not really feeling as if I'm going to be reading any Halo later. I'm pretty tired already as is. I feel like I either didn't sleep enough, which I definitely didn't, or I was just like laying in a not very healthy way for my body, and so I'm kind of still like aching a little bit. But I think I will be okay for maybe another hour or two. I don't think this is going to be a particularly long stream. I did want to work out before I started streaming, but I just started, and I do definitely want to leave a little bit of time afterward to work out. I think it was Monday, and I was gonna work out. I was gonna do some push-ups, but I had just drank coffee, and then I started my push-ups. I did a handful, but my body was like, no, 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 no. The coffee is still swishing and fluidly bouncing around in your tummy. So let's go ahead and not do push-ups, cause it did not feel it did not feel particularly comfortable. Okay, let's see if I can get another video here. And if I can't get another video, I'll just grab a spooky story. Um, Okay. I'm too tired. I wonder if I should get a coffee because then maybe I would be able to go for like another extra hour or two while doing my art. But maybe it's better if I don't so that I can fall asleep more sooner later today. Um, I've already been tired all day, so. What the heck? The kitties are laying back to back. I gotta take a picture. Fuck. This, maybe if I had an energy drink, this would be the time to pull it out, to whip it out. And then I would also do my workouts afterward. Fuck. The sleepings. Also, I am noticing that I lost the earbud thingy for the earphones that I typically use, and so I'm using the Apple ones. And I am noticing that because I can hear myself more, because they're not like noise canceling, I feel like I'm speaking slightly differently, and it is not. My voice is quicker to tire this way, because I'm trying to imitate what I sound like with the other earphones, because I have the monitor on, and so it sounds different with these earphones. And while reading all of those articles, I definitely felt my voice getting more tired than usual. I think the way that I do it with my earphones is more like this, and so I think if I speak a little bit more from this part of my throat, then I can read more for more longer, and without really putting in a whole bunch of effort like I was doing with those articles. Those spooky Alamau articles. I'll see if I can just go like this for a bit. Okay, no. I'm yawning too much. I gotta go get my coffee, so I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. Let me put on some new music that I just got. Let's start with this one. Oh, wait. Put the volume up. Okay. Start with my new music that I got. Try not to be abducted by aliens while I am gone. Okay, I'm back, bitches. Open up. I'm probably just gonna chill here for a bit with my coffees, cause what I currently have. I'll pull up the camera so you can see how cluttered my thing is right now. I've got my keyboard, I got my drawing tablet, and I got my coffees, and I do not have enough room here. Look at this. Look at all this. There's no room. There's literally no room for my coffees. Gotta move this out of the way. Gotta move this further in. I just gotta put my drawing tablet out of the way for the time being. So, do that. And also, I got some Oreos, but one of the Oreos in the Oreo package, it was like all squished. They scammed me. I took a picture. I'm gonna go ahead and post it on Discord real quick. Let's see, where's my picture? It's like the Oreo in the middle row, at the very center of the row. It's like somebody sat on that specific Oreo only, and none of the other ones. Only that one was touched. It's so weird. I don't know how that happened, but okay. Oh, actually, it could have been. It could have been as it was being loaded onto the car by an inattentive monkey. They threw something else on top of the Oreos, and the corner of a box hit that one Oreo only. That's probably what happened. But yeah, let me go find that picture. I can post it. I'm gonna put it in general. Picture. I need to have a channel on Discord dedicated only to posting pictures of Oreos. I'm gonna post this picture and then that super secret new enemy type in Mario from the Mario Oreos. Okay, this picture here looks good. Let me post this one. Plop. Plop. This is the super secret smushed Oreo. I hope it was smushed by the butts or the feet of a gamer goth girl. Oh, hey, Patches. What happened? What happened? What's up, Patches? What happened? Oh, you want to be on camera? Ow. I think I almost bumped my screen. Look, come here. Come here. Okay. The camera will now be Patches with my Oreos. With my... No, the Oreos aren't for you. What the heck? She wants the Oreos. No, stop. What the heck? Stop. She's gonna get chocolatized. Stop. I can't draw if you're sitting here. No Oreos for you. It's dangerous. You can't have chocolates. Why are you like a little baby? You're always trying to find the most creative ways to get yourself killed. What, you're just gonna sit here? What the heck? Okay, well, while I have my Oreos and stuff, and sipping on my coffee, let me find something to listen to. I think I do have a couple of thingy wingies. Let me see. I don't really care about this. Steve Leto, West Virginia, car titling in 50 states. They're just taking over the Vermont one, was it? Or was it New Hampshire or Vermont? He had that like a month ago or something. Within the past month. They're just like, okay, yeah, give us, pay us the administration fees. We'll do it for you. Where there's a need for the market, somebody will fulfill that need. So that's good on you, mate, for your picking up the slack. I think I had some stuff from Dry Creek Wrangler School that I wanted to listen to. No, whoa. No. No Oreos for you. Okay, let me go pull up in my philosophy channel. I recently posted one of his thingies. Okay, let's do this. Videos. And I believe there are a couple I missed. I feel like YouTube unsubscribed me from his channel. Or if I unsubscribed, then I don't remember, or I didn't mean to. I don't really know. Let's see. The greatest ability. That's one of the topics. Horses or people, communication is key. Ow, stop. Don't use your claws. Pick your battles. Let's go with that one. That one sounds pretty cool. Less trained, more tired. And then when they pull back. So let's queue up these three and then we'll see. No. These four. We're going to start with pick your battles.
Good afternoon. Dwayne here, Dry Creek Wrangler School.
Good
I want to
afternoon.
introduce you
Dwayne here.
I played 2 of his videos.
to a new member of the family. Just talked to last video about the new horse we just got, and so this is Ray. That's not R-A-Y as in a ray of sunlight. That's R-A as in short for Rahab. If you know your Bible stories at all, you might look up Rahab the harlot. She started out kind of a little bit of a bad person in bad company, but then
Oh, holy Christ, that fucking horse scared the shit out of me. What? I was not expecting that. It was so loud.
she ended up in a better position later on. And so this is Ray. Ray is 6 years old, registered quarter horse. She's very well bred and very athletic. And so I just got her in about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. And she's not a school horse. She's my horse. I got her just for me to ride. And I'm going to turn her into my ride. But she's already turning into school and quit. Come here and pay attention. What do you got?
Okay, no, this batch of Oreos is wrecked. Look. This one is the inverse. This should be the inside, but it's on the outside. The other side is properly... What? Somebody at the QA department, they done goofed. The guy manning that station was a sleepies that day. What the heck? I have the cursed Oreo packet. Oh my goodness.
Got a little bit of cold going on here. So I took her out. So she's got a lot of things that I really, really like. But she's got a few things that I don't prefer about my horses. Am I boring you? Huh? Am I boring you? And so I wanted to talk about this morning. It'd be a good lesson. When you get a horse in that you really like, but there's things about them that you just don't prefer, that you just don't want. And sometimes when you first get that horse, there might be multiple things, okay? But what we want to talk about today is picking your battles. Be still, sweetie. All right, picking your battles. I went out the other day. Will was on another horse. I think he was on Biscuit. And I went out on her. And I knew I was taking a chance. But we went out in the 200-acre pasture up on top where we keep all the horse herd. And we went out to jingle in the horses. Now, for those who are not familiar with the term, the horses are loose and free out in this 200-acre pasture. So you keep a horse or two up, and you go out there and you actually drive the horses into the corral so that you can work them. And so we went out there, and the horses were way on the back side. And there's a lot of draws and dips and steep hills and some ponds and stuff back in there. So, and they were way on the back side. Well, when we went back there, you see them horses down there at John's? We went back there and we started moving the horses. They come up against a steep hill and they started to go back away from the barn around the hill.
Okay, maybe the coffee was a good idea. I feel like way more better now.
And so I was going to go up over the hill and get on top of the ridge that they were going around to keep them from spilling back down in case they decided they didn't want to go to the barn. Well, as soon as they started, and of course, when you jingle horses, they don't jingle at a walk. And so as soon as the horse herd started moving away from her at speed, she went nuts. And then when I went to turn her to go up that steep hill to head them off over there, she really went nuts. I know, but you...
I just noticed, like literally, actually, right now, the horse has a little white patch here on her forehead. At first, I thought it was like a skull, because like if you like the white is like the shape of a skull, and then there on the left and the right side is like a black empty space, and then in the middle, slightly lower, it's like a nose for the left and the right is for the eyes, and then the nose is for the nose hole. So like kind of like a Kuromi skull. But then on further inspection, it actually looks like General Grievous. Look, it's literally General Grievous on her forehead. She has a General Grievous patch. What the heck? That's pretty cool. When I get a horse, I want her to have a General Grievous patch.
Quit. I know. Come here. All right. And so I had a split-second decision to make. Number one, I could get, and she was on the fight, and she hadn't done it in a while, but she's bucked before. She's got a temper. Not real bad, and you say, well, she don't look like she has a temper now. Well, she's young, and she's hot-blooded, and she has a bit of a temper. And she reared up a little bit, not horrible, but she reared up some, and she kicked out in the back. So I had a decision to make. I'm like, okay, I can fight her to get up that hill to head them off the way we started, and I might win that fight, and I might lose that fight. Or we can just...
I'm trying to wait for her to show me the skull. We're almost there.
Stop right here and let the horses leave. So she has to contend with being out there by herself without the other horses. And so I elected to stop. Now, she got agitated when the horses went around the other hill out of sight. But I was able to pull her in, settle her down a little bit. And I sat there and waited for a minute till I was sure the horses, especially at their speed, that they were gone. Then we went around the hill. Of course, they were long out of sight. So
okay, pull that aside.
I found a steep hill right there, and I pointed her up that steep hill. And we went down the ridge, and I pointed her down another steep hill. And then we found another hill, and I put her up that. And I put her down, and I made her walk every step of the way, all the way back to the barn. Okay? What happened was I picked my battle. Now, if I had got in the fight, and this is really important with a young horse, okay? Especially with a really young horse, if I had picked a fight and decided spurs and whip, we're going up that hill, and she had decided to lose her temper. And I'm not a rider that can ride bucking horses on hillsides, okay? And if I had not been able to do that, then we would have wound up with a worse temperament and a worse memory than what we started with. I would have lost more than just the fight. Now there is a chance she might not have actually fully broken in half, but she acted like she was fixing to, and I decided not to engage in that battle. Instead, I turned the battle around, and within 5 minutes, her head was down and she was calm, and she walked calmly back to the barn. Oh, Eeyore's bored to tears here. Come on, baby doll. Quit worrying about them horses, all right? But you got to pick your battles. When I first got her, she's not been taught. I don't let my horses graze when they're on halter or they got a bit in their mouth unless I've hobble broke them and they're on hobbles. Well, she's a hog for eating, okay? She's a hog for eating. So when I got her, she was trying to graze when I first went up there to the horses. Back up. She was trying to graze, and she was whinnying at the other horses, which I don't let them do. And I saddled her, and we went out to lead the first deal out. And she whinnied at another horse, but she was nervous about going out. She was nervous about the wind. And so I didn't know this. Deanna heard me as I was riding away when she whinnied. I just said to myself under my breath, just pick your battles, Dwayne. You're not going to fix everything at one time. Okay? Pick the battle that you can win today. That you can win. Not the battle that some book or some video told you that a real cowboy would win this battle. You pick the battle that you can win today. You say, Dwayne, what about the battle that I did not engage in that needs to be fixed? That will be fixed. I'm not saying leave stuff and let it go and don't deal with it. I'm saying deal with one thing at a time as you're ready and able to deal with it. Okay? And this holds across in marriage. All right? There are a lot of marriages that are really in a bad way today because they're trying to fight the war on 10 different battlefronts at one time. All right? Just pick one battle.
See, look, this is why it's useful to play my strategy war games, so that when I'm fighting with my spouse, I pick exactly the battle that I'm going to win first that will lead to further and further victories much more easier. See, this guy knows. However, I learned it not from training, from being Hector the Breaker of Horses, but from playing Total War and Civ. Nya uwu.
You and your spouse pick one battle, trouble that you're having in the marriage. Just pick that one, the one that you think you can win. I don't mean you can win against your spouse. I mean the one that you and your spouse, with dialogue and patience and grace, that you guys can win together. Talk it out. Say, this is what we're fighting. And this is what we got. Well, this is what we have to deal with. Yes, but we also have to deal with this and this and this. Well, let's pick one. What's the one thing that you and I together can say, okay, this is a problem for the two of us that we're going to fix. And we're going to put all the other problems, no, don't now, they're all right. We're going to put all the other problems on the back burner. And we're not going to worry about them. We're going to pick our battle. When you win that battle, pick another battle. Now, she's 6 years old. I'm 56. My plan is to not buy another horse to ride. This is it. So I know they're down there. I know they are. But you need to focus, okay? I have a lot of years left. If I have...
Okay, I think I'm going to do like a much more zoomed in scene. I think what I want to do, one of the first idea that came to mind for this Halloween AFK background screen is like it's got like a pole, and then I guess we'll do like a circular pole, a circular sign, and then inside the sign it has a big feet as she's walking across. the one pose as she's walking, and then it has like a no sign, no big feets allowed. That's one of the things I wanted in this spooky Halloween thing. And then I guess I'll do the same thing for like no UFOs, no Ayla Mouse. And do just a couple of these, or like spread them out. Like this looks more like a tank, I guess, than the UFO. Maybe if I do, there we go. That's what looks like a condom now. What the heck? I don't want to do a condom. I mean, I guess no condoms allowed either because I'm Mexican. We don't believe in contraception. But
have any years left. All right? I don't have to have her the perfect horse for me today. I don't have to. But what I do is I have to have a horse. I have to be the horseman. I have to be wise enough in my training and my relationship that I'm building with my horse to go out and to pick one thing. To pick one thing that by the time we're done with the ride and come back, she's a little bit better in that one thing. And if I stay the course and stay focused, and I just focus on that one thing, when I get that one thing where I want it, I can focus on another thing. I can deal with something else, all right? When you feel like your life in the world is just one constant war, your entire life is one war, you're at war with everything, so you're completely overwhelmed, what do? Just pick a battle, any battle, a little battle, and win that battle. Put all your focus and all your energy and everything you've got in that battle. And when you get that battle fixed, then pick another battle. All right? Wars are won one battle at a time. Okay? All right? So I just want to encourage you on that. I want to mention our sponsor today. The sponsor of this video, of course, is Rand's Custom Hatters. As I've mentioned on here before, they do a beautiful job. They made this hat. They made my new dress hat. They just made Mama a new hat. She's got a video on there about that. And this is pure beaver, 100% beaver fur, beaver felt. And you're a person that works outside like a house. All right, doesn't matter how well the house is built. If you got a good roof and a good foundation, it'll last forever. All right, boots and hats. All right, your good roof and a good foundation. And I strongly, strongly recommend, it's what I'm wearing, I recommend Rand Custom Hatters. And I've had this one long before they hooked up and started sponsoring us on here. You've seen it on here for a long time. And you can call them up and say, hey, I'm interested in the Dry Creek Wrangler. And that's this shape. A lot of people ask me about this shape. It's a shape that I shaped myself. I liked it. And so they had so much interest in it and so much request for it that I took it into them. They kept it for several days and measured everything out. Come here, come here. Measured everything out. And so you can actually call them and the Dry Creek Wrangler. So anyhow, I hope this video helps you a little bit. Hope it encourages you a little bit. There's nothing like feeling overwhelmed and overpowered to make us just quit. But sometimes we're overwhelmed and overpowered because we're taking on too much. You got a child, and that child's just got all these behaviors that's just driving you crazy. Just pick one. Just pick one. Help them through that one and fix that one. And when you got that one fixed, pick another one. All right? It's that pig meat and elephant, man. One bite at a time. So, I guess that's about it for now. Be logical. Be reasonable, be safe, and have fun. We'll catch you next time.
I can definitely relate to that. Having a child who doesn't want to clean his room, who neglects to clean his room for days, for weeks, for years, for months, for eons. We're boys like this. This is what happens when boys spend too much time playing video games instead of cleaning their rooms. Maybe, honestly, now that I think about it, no, don't play with my pen. maybe that's part of the reason why a lot of people are just so overwhelmed by life and society because they want to they don't know how to partition or break down things into multiple different steps, which I guess it is difficult. You just look at she's a little sleeping baby. You just look at the overall huge big picture. See if I can move this camera ogre a little bit to focus on her. Well, she's a sleeping. She moved my rosary and stuff. That's okay. I'm sure God will forgive her. Because she's a little sleeping baby kitty. She's a tiny. But yeah, breaking things down into smaller steps is definitely super duper useful. Okay, we have my default stop sign, my anti sign. Now let's grab. Oh my goodness, what is this picture? Look at this. I've never seen this. What is this? Oh my goodness. Wandering shaman mistaken for Bigfoot in North Carolina. What? I gotta read this article now. What's this? It looks so spooky. Oh my goodness. Is this a fucking Star Wars thing? This flag, they put a goof mask on this Bigfoot, and then they give him like a Star Wars. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go look at this shaman. Wandering shaman. And let's grab this picture as our. We're gonna use this to make our silhouette. Okay, let's see. 10th of August 2017 on BBC. What the heck? Literally right as I was about to utter the title, gave me a subscribe to BBC ad. No thanks, I'm not the biggest fan of BBC. Wandering shaman mistaken for Bigfoot in North Carolina. McGregor says his shaman suit led to the mistaken identity. It looks like a scuffed Pokemon or something. A self-described shaman says a strange creature reportedly spotted in the hills of North Carolina last week was actually him, dressed in animal skins. The Bigfoot sighting happened last Friday in the Appalachian Mountains, but the story took an even weirder twist with a mistaken identity claim. Gawain McGregor says it was him wandering through the forest on the night in question. He's walking around like this at night? Oh my god, he's literally asking to be shot by Bigfoot researchers. Oh my goodness. Is he aware? I'm pretty sure he's aware that there are people out there who want to shoot and bring in a Bigfoot so they can be scientifically analyzed and recognized by the scientific community. Maybe that's what he's going for. He's just suicide by wearing a Bigfoot outfit and being out in the wilderness at night. That's how he's gonna go. Gawain McGregor says it was him on the night in question, August 4th. But a local group claims the cryptid they saw could not have been him. Bigfoot 911, a Facebook. Ooh, I gotta go join this Facebook group. I don't know if I want to log into my Facebook while on stream though. Bigfoot 911, a Facebook group of more than 5,700 members that investigates sightings of the mythical Bigfoot in McDowell County, western North Carolina, said photos displayed on Mr. McGregor's website look nothing like the thing they saw. John Brunner, who runs the group, says the creature he and 8 other members encountered last Friday night in Pisgah National Park stood at around 8 foot, 2.4 meters tall, had a different facial appearance, and, quote, moved with speed unmatched by any human. And here is a screenshot of his Facebook post. John E. Brunner. I'm not sure how it's actually supposed to be pronounced. Is it Brunner? Maybe Brunner, because I would imagine Brunner would be like runner with 2 N's, but this has 1 N, so maybe it's a Brunner. Hello, folks. My name is John Brunner. I am the commander. What the heck? He's a commander? He's a Bigfoot investigator commander? Commander Keys. Commander Brunner. I am the commander for this group, and I want to address the recent revelation from the gentleman that stated that I saw him in the woods. This is a quiet, fascinating story, but there are a few problems with it. 1. The creature that I saw was 8 foot tall with stringy, matted hair. The gentleman in the picture don't appear tall and is in a suit that appears to have short, brown fur. 2. The creature moved with speed unmatched by any human. 3. The creature that I saw had no hair on its face and had a flat nose. The picture in question, the face is covered in fur and has a snout. Yeah, I guess that is kind of has a snout. It looks kind of flat in this one picture, but I guess if you look at it in person with lighting that isn't being reflected back at you through the camera, maybe it will look more like a snout. Because I wouldn't imagine they'd be standing close enough that he can tell a snout from this. Gotta post this picture on Discord too. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have nightmares about this picture now. Oh Christ. 3. The picture in question in the face is covered in fur and has snout. As I said, we tracked this creature for over an hour without seeing anything again. Folks, I am not making any money here. I do this because I love it. And then he keeps saying something else that's cut off. However, Mr. McGregor said he was participating in a sacrament of wearing of hair-covered animal skins and wandering in the forest. The 36-year-old, who was on holiday from Minnesota, writes on his blog about his personal belief in Bigfoot, or, quote, the divine nature of Sasquatch, as he calls it. He writes that by dressing in sewn animal skins and by reciting a Sasquatch prayer, he has had several encounters with the beast. Quote, it feels like it brings me closer to nature, he told the BBC after returning from holiday. And then here is an article. I guess we'll start from the top. This is a Facebook post from the Greenville Police Department on August 8th. The text reads, after watching this video from nearby Boone, North Carolina, Facebook followers and friends, I think we can say with some confidence that proof of Bigfoot still eludes us. If you see Bigfoot, please do not shoot at him/her, as you'll most likely be wounding a fun-loving and well-intentioned person sweating in a gorilla costume. And then the link attached to this paragraph on this post by the Greenville Police is an article in charlotteobserver.com titled, Has Bigfoot Been Spotted in North Carolina? One resident says he caught it on camera. I kind of want to see this footage now. I'm going to go see if I can find this article in a second. But continuing with this article, after seeing the sighting reported on the news, he felt obliged as an honest citizen to come forward, he told the BBC. Quote, if someone caused you to have an experience that meant something to you, but wasn't genuine, wouldn't you want them to tell you? He said. Hundreds of sightings of Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatch, have been reported in western North Carolina and the Appalachian Mountains along the East Coast. On Tuesday, police in neighboring South Carolina advised citizens not to shoot at Bigfoot. And the phrase "advise citizens not to shoot at Bigfoot" is a link to something else. Oh, to the Facebook post by the police department. However, everything except the T at the end of Bigfoot is included in the URL. So the link itself actually reads, "Advise citizens not to shoot at Bigfoo," and then T isn't included in the text. That's hyperlinked. Since, quote, "you'll most likely be wounding the fun-loving and well-intentioned person sweating in a gorilla costume." Okay, let me see if I can find this camera footage here. Charlotte Observer has Bigfoot been spotted in NC? Ah, I think I found it. Okay, here's the article, and there's the YouTube video. Oh my god, there's a fucking dog running toward him. Run! That looks so spooky at this low resolution. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Ah! Uh-oh, it might be loud. Don't get spooked.
Oh my god, no, Ziggy, no!
I feel like at this distance, you'd be able to tell that it's a person and not an actual big feet. But I don't know, maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me talking. I'll go ahead and save this. What the heck? This article so that I can grab that video later. Okay, well, we just took a massive detour away from what I wanted because I saw this picture. Oh my goodness. That's what I gotta do. I gotta go. When I go walk the trail, I gotta go out like this. I'm gonna tell the police when the police are called on me, I'm just gonna say, "I want to return to the earth and to live as my ancestors did." And then I'm not sure if this is the I feel like I've seen this logo on this flag before for some Star Wars related stuff. Okay, I posted it on Discord. That's funny. Okay, let me grab this. Plop it in here. And we finished that previous one, the Pick Your Battles from Dry Creek Wrangler School. Let's see. Horses or people, communication is key. That one's 30 minutes. The greatest ability is 20 minutes. And When they pull back is also 20 minutes. Let's let's do first when they pull back. Look at Patches. She's a little sleeping baby kitten. So look at her. She's so cute. She's a cute little baby. What's up, Patches? What happened? What's up, little baby? What's the mattress? Okay, let's go with this video.
Good afternoon. Dwayne here at Dry Creek Wrangler School. Got a nice, hot, sunny day finally. I think we're supposed to get more rain in tomorrow. It's been an extremely wet spring, and not doing this in the tack shed because the tack shed's kind of hot and it's also full of flies. So we come out here under a tree and the breeze is keeping the flies away, and we're going to see if we can't make a video. I want to talk about a horse subject today. I want to talk about horses pulling back. I got to thinking this week, and it's something that is I'm constantly on the alert about when I have the students out and I have horses. I have students bringing their horses. It's one of those things that I am constantly alert for. And there's a lot that goes into it, and you don't see a whole lot about it. I haven't on YouTube and on the internet about dealing with it, and it can be a very destructive, very dangerous situation. And so I just kind of want to cover that subject today. Now, for those who are not in the horse world, pulling back means you take a horse, he's got a halter on, or heaven forbid you're tying your horse with the reins.
It seems as if this video will probably be actually mostly about horses, but we will see. He typically finds ways to relate it back to human relations and human behavior, which, I think it's kind of like the default way we should all try to begin our analysis of certain situations. Understanding or trying to understand some ways that we react to things or that we behave, and then from there digging into the specifics of whatever it is you're talking about. In this case, horses. Veiny horses.
Hopefully he's got a halter on, and you tie him up either to a hitching post, to a post, to whatever, and they'll come back and they'll hit the end of that lead rope, and then they'll just panic, and they'll pull back really hard, and they'll start thrashing around. I've seen them hit the ground. I've seen them pop that lead rope and flip over backwards and hit the ground. I've had them break my ribs. It can really be a dangerous situation, and so the best thing. Well, let me say this up front. If you're somewhere and all of a sudden the horse starts pulling back, what do? Let's just get that out of the way first. What do?
You let the horse do its thing for a little bit. And then... What? You heard something? Is there a baddie breaking in? Do I gotta grab my pew-pews? Yeah, so you let the horse do its thing. You don't want to spook it out of what it wants to do. And then once it seems that the veiny horse is once again in control of its... once the horse is no longer spooked and he regains his senses, and it shouldn't take too long. I imagine in this situation he's talking about the horse is pulling back in terms of like he saw a spooky little mouse on the ground, and he wants to quickly readjust to not step on it because mousies are yuckies. They're yucky vermins. That's the kind of situation I'm thinking of. And so like he might take like 1 second or 2 seconds to like to try to not get bitten. But then afterwards, then he's okay. What the heck? She left me. She doesn't want to be on camera. So that's what I assume is the correct thing to do. But I know nothing about horses or animal husbandry or cows or any kind of cattle. So I guess we will see whether or not that is the case.
Nothing. You get the
Huh?
heck out of there. You let them pull back. Either they're going to snap the lead rope or snap the halter, especially if you're using halter with hardware, with the brass rings or snaps. They're going to break something and then get free, or eventually they're going to quit. Okay? But when you have an 800 to 1,200 pound animal that's in full panic mode and they've completely shut their brain off and they're thrashing around, you got to understand the horses by nature, they're a panic mode animal. They are a claustrophobic animal. And so when they get in that mode, you're not going to go in and pet them and smooth them and soothe them down. You're not going to get their attention and make them stop. And you're certainly not going to go in there and grab the tail of that slip knot and pop it and get them loose. You're going to get hurt. Okay? So unless there's not a life-threatening situation, just step back and let them work it out. Okay? Now, if they're in a crowd of horses, if they're in a situation where it is a life-threatening situation, that's why a real horseman always carries a knife that's easy to get to and it is sharp. And if you can safely get around on the other side of the hitching post and go in there and slash that lead rope or something, that's just if somebody else is in danger, if things are really getting bad. That's why we recommend everybody that comes to school, you should always be carrying a knife. And it's best to have a belt knife or a clip knife that you can get to really fast in case of a situation like that. But on most situations, most of the time that happens, you just step back. Okay, you just step back. So the so let's go. Let's start with preventing it. Okay. You want to prevent a horse from ever getting that habit in the first place. That's the best place to start. That's the best route to take. Now, I myself, when I'm working with young horses, I never tie a young horse. I don't tie them. Okay. A horse can't learn to pull back if they've never been tied. And so I've started colts in the past and run them all the way up. And I don't tie them to saddle them. I don't tie them to put a halter on or put a headstall on. When I'm done riding, I don't tie them to unsaddle them.
I forgot to mention, I'm hearing something, and I think it's from his video. It sounds like a whirring or a hiss or something, like a machinery, maybe a tractor. And that reminded me, when I was gonna say it when I got back, but I forgot entirely. When I went to go make my coffees, there was like this spooky whirring sound in the kitchens. I was afraid it was the stove. It was like hissing and letting out gas or something, but I didn't smell nothing. And I put my ear closer to the stove, and it wasn't coming from the stove area, so I don't think that's what it was. And then I thought maybe one of the ovens was left on, but no, they were definitely off, and didn't look like anything was going on in there. I thought maybe it could have been the dishwasher, but no, I wasn't making any sounds at that point. I thought it could have been the kettle that was just like buzzing for some reason. Maybe there was water in there for like the past 5 hours and I didn't notice, but no, it wasn't that either. I don't actually know how to do this part here. It cuts off. There's like a rock or a tree or something here. on the big feet silhouette. But I think what it was is that the window was slightly open in the kitchens, and there were just a bunch of bugs outside. They were making their humming, buzzing bug noises. But that's just life, a bug's life. And yeah, that's I thought I was being attacked by a spooky eel mouse or something. But luckily it just ended up being a whole lot of nothing.
I don't tie them at all. If we're riding and we stop to take a break, I just get down and I just hold on to it, and I don't tie them. And then, there will come a time where that horse will take their first really long, tiring ride. And they will come back and they will be tired. And their head will be down and they'll just be moving along. And when you come to that situation, when you get to that point in a new horse and a fresh horse, tie them up. What you've done is, again, what we teach here, and my approach is always the mind and their outlook and their view on things. And so if a horse is looking for the opportunity to just stand, if he's looking for the opportunity to rest, if being there is a good thing and you tie him up, then his first introduction to being tied is a positive thing. It's not a case of physical. Is he so physically tired he's not going to pull back? Forget the physical. All right? 99% of our screw-ups in the horse world is because we're trying to do the physical and we don't go with the mind. And you want to get their mind to the point that being tied up means I get to stand here, I don't have to walk anymore. So therefore, my viewpoint of being tied up is a positive thing. Okay? That's how we approach that. Now, there are some basic rules for tying up a horse. You never tie a horse to anything that they can pull loose if they throw their full weight behind it. And a horse can pull loose a lot. So now if you're out on the trail and you tie your horse to a tree or to a tree limb, you got to make sure that's not just a standing dead sapling about that big that can just be pulled over. All right? If they spook and they jump back and they snatch that thing out of the ground, now all of a sudden they've got this club coming towards them. So they pull back to get away from that club, and it's chasing them down the trail. And now you've got a full-on bad old deal.
Yeah, I think I did that once by accident with Arby's when I put a kitty leash on him. I took him outside, but he is an independent New York kitty. Don't need no human, and he was pretty spooked that I was right behind him all the time, and I do not think that he wanted me to be following him or something tugging on him on his neck like that. But thankfully I managed to get him back inside the house before he got super duper spooked and pulled super duper hard away from me. So since then I have not put the leash on him, and I've only taken him outside once after that. Or no, actually, I don't think I've let him out intentionally since then. I don't really remember. I want to be able to take him outside, but he is a New Yorker. He's gonna explore. But this is not New York, so there are different dangers for him here, and I don't know if I want to leave him out there unsupervised or without a leash necessarily. Not really sure how to This part in the image is a bit obscured. Honestly, this looks fine there. This big feet silhouette. I'll leave it like that.
Right there. Same thing, you tie them to a tree limb, something spooks them, they pull back, they snap that tree limb off, and it comes towards them, and so the faster they get away, the faster it chases them. You never tie a horse to a corral panel. You never tie them to a round pin panel. These prefert that you, if they can pull it, you don't tie them to it. I've got a very adamant rule around here: you never tie a horse to a horse trailer that's not hooked to a truck. Now, I've got a standard 16-foot bumper pull steel horse trailer down there. I've got some horses on this place that are big enough, if they spooked and backed up, they could pull that trailer with them if it wasn't hooked up to a truck. And so when they pull up, it comes after them. So you never do that, okay? These are situations that it's prevention, okay? You work more with prevention. Every time you tie your horse, you ask yourself, what will happen if something spooks my horse and he pulls back? What's going to happen? So then you look for those situations and you prevent those situations from happening. You tie a horse so that when they're standing there, they can't get their head low enough to eat grass. They're where they are, they get comfortable, but they're right there, and they learn, this is where I stand, this is where I'm resting, and this is where it's good. But pulling back is dangerous, and it's a habit. It can become a habit that is extremely, extremely hard to break in a horse. Now, I've headed it off in a couple of horses. I wouldn't say I broke them of it. I've had some horses that were mature horses that just all of a sudden out of the blue just started pulling back. But I've been around long enough to know that it wasn't just that blind panic. And it didn't have that super violent life or death feel to it. You guys that's been on here for a while, you remember Tank from school last year. Tank started it. He started pulling back. So I had a hitching post in the ground that I had made out of 8-inch posts, and I had really lagged them in tight and everything. It wasn't coming out, and so he just started doing it. So I just stepped back one day. He pulled back, and he's going like this, and feet up in the air, and he hit the ground. Somebody came up to do something, and he just did it again. And he didn't have that whites in his eyes, that glazed look. He was just like, you know what? I'm just going to fight this. I don't want to do this today. So I went in the tack room, and I got my slicker, my long oilskin raincoat, and I came out and I unrolled it. And he's tied to the hitching post right here. So I walk up to the end of the hitching post, and I pop that slicker out, you know, like Mama's folding sheets, and he pops those sheets out. I popped that. I didn't do it at him. Okay, I didn't do it at him. I just did it right here. I ignored him, and I popped that slicker out. Well, he jumped and pulled back and hit the end of that. And I just stood there. I just do what you're going to do. You know, that's up to you, whatever you're going to do. So I mean, 3 or 4 seconds, and he stopped, and he came forward. I went over and petted him, said, you know, what was that all about, Buckethead? Then I came back over and popped that slicker again, and he did it again, but it was only about...
Was he bullying his horses? You don't call him Buckethead. That's racist against buckets. Because he's gonna kick the bucket soon. Because he's gonna break his leg. Is that what you're doing? You're mocking him. Because one of these days he's gonna step into, what is it? Is it fuck? There's one aminal that always messes with horsies because they step into their holes. They're like gophers or something. So when he breaks his leg, you gotta make the horse kick the bucket.
About with half as much energy. And when he stopped and came back and took a step forward, I went over and scratched him on the shoulder. And I'm like, how'd that work out for you? And then I did it again, and he just stood there. And so then I did it again, and he just stood there, and he never even offered again. Okay, so you can, if you catch it in time and you set it up right. We only use rope halters with hand tied lead ropes. We don't use web halters. We don't use any halters with any hardware or any snaps. The halters are all one single piece of rope that are tied to make the halter. They're not going to break it. Now, I've seen one, in all the years I've been doing this, I've seen one rope halter break. And so it could have had a weak spot in it. It could have been old and frayed. I saw one break one time, but as a rule, they're not going to break it. And when they start breaking them, I've seen them set back. I've been working on places that use the web halters with the big brass snap lead rope, and I've seen horses learn just like that, and I've seen them set back and break that snap. And I've seen someone go get another lead rope, snap it in the halter, tie them up, and they just watched them walk away, threw themselves back against the horse, it good, and broke that. I watched the horse do that to 3 one day, right in a row. Pop, pop, pop. They learn to do that. You teach them to do that. You buy these halters that have the rings or the D rings, that are sewn in here. That's where it's going to break. And so that's what will help teach the horse to do that, and it will become a habit, and they'll get figured out. I don't want to stand here, and so I can get away with this. Now, so we only use rope halters, and they can't break them. And so you get a horse that kind of takes that notion the first.
Maybe I could have also just taken the Elamau from the Alienware logo. Now that I think about it.
Time or the second time, and usually they're like, there's no value to this. I accomplished nothing. I did all this exertion, I did all this work, and I didn't accomplish anything. And usually, a semi-intelligent horse, they'll quit. That they won't do that anymore. And I mentioned this when we first started. A cardinal rule is you do not tie your horse up by the reins. I don't care if you're using a slobber straps with a macate. If you know what I'm talking about, then you know what I'm talking about. It is still, and it looks like a nice lead rope off that left side. That is not a lead rope, and it's still tied to the ring. That's the bit in their mouth, and not only are you going to break your head stalls and you're going to break your gear, but you're going to wind up hurting their mouth and hurting their teeth. Okay. Now if you may see a video, like we're doing a video sometimes,
Honestly, this it looks more like Spider-Man than the Elamau. It's because of the colors. It looks like the Miles Morales Spider-Man, like the black costume and then the big eyes and then the red cross to signify no Elamaus allowed. It makes it look overall. Well, okay, I guess that works. No Spider-Mans allowed. That'd be pretty cool.
you may see my horse stand there and it looks like, oh my goodness, Boone is tied up by the reins. No, he is not. Now, I'll take some horse.
Okay, OBS died there for a second. I don't know why are there so many issues on YouTube today. I've gotten like three to 5 different messages saying that my bitrate is too low, and now I just got a OBS reconnect. So weird. What they gotta do this to me? But I got those. I'm really not sure what's YouTube's problem today. Okay, we have Big Feet, we have Elamaus. Do I have a thingy for demons? Or ghosts? Do I do ghosts? See if I can get another monster. Let's Google some cool monsters on Google and see what we get. Oh, I know what I could do. I could do a I could do a Mike Wazowski. Let me do that to add that to the meme. No Mike Wazowskis.
To keep a horse when on the pulling back with horses, number one, set up the situation they don't pull back. And number two, if they insist on pulling back, get out of the way and let them. Now, we could say that works in relationships too. All right? The best way to not have your spouse or your girlfriend, boyfriend not pull back away from you is don't create a situation that's going to have them pull back. But just like horses, some people pull back, and it could be a sibling, it could be a parent, it could be what used to be a friend. No matter what you do, they're going to pull back anyhow. Well, Dwayne, what do I do if I've done everything I can to set the situation up so they don't pull back? Let them pull back. Just let them. Because what you're going to do, you step in there, and if they insist on pulling back, pulling away, you step in there to try to control the situation so they don't, you're going to get smashed.
Smashed.
All right?
Maybe I want to
Again,
get smashed.
broken ribs don't hurt as bad as a broken heart. When they want to pull away, you just got to let them pull away. All right? Now, sometimes they pull away because we set up a bad situation. But do all that you can do. And when you've done all you can do and hell still comes to breakfast, let it finish out, then pick up the pieces, learn from it, and start all over again. Okay? All right. But horsemanship is a thinking man's game, and you can never stop thinking. You're always paying attention. All right? It may not be your horse that pulls back, but if you're out riding with other people, their horse might. Always act like their horse might pull back. Always act like your horse might pull back. And then if they do pull back, you're ready for it. Okay? So
That honestly seems like generally super duper good advice. I think that the best way that I learned that was back when I was playing League super duper hard, trying to get to Diamond. Always act as if your teammates are bots. Always act as if your teammates are retarded. Always act as if your teammates are going to get caught and make mistakes. And don't follow them. And I think honestly even the same principle can be applied to like driving. Always act as if the other drivers are retarded. And they're going to make mistakes. Give yourself plenty of room, plenty of space, so that when the situation arises that you actually do need to be careful, you already gave yourself plenty of room, plenty of leeway with which to properly react and respond to the situation at hand. And that's kind of basically how I usually try to when I'm good at it. How I usually try to act and behave, be prepared for stupid things to come your way. I think part of it also came to me from the fact that having been raised and born and living in New York, you never know who might be dangerous. You always gotta be careful. Someone might launch an attack against you. An unforeseen, unprovoked attack for literally no reason. And I think the chances of that happening are a little higher in major cities. But it's definitely one of those things that I keep in mind all the time, regardless. Because my monkey brain wants me to survive. I don't know why it's so difficult to do this other Mike Wazowski horn. It's a little weird. Why is it not sharp? Get this a little further down. Okay, maybe that's better. I guess it technically doesn't even have to be perfectly sharp, Mike Wazowski. Because he's just going to be the silhouette anyway. Okay, let me finish up. Let me let him do his sponsor read so he knows I'm not stealing his content.
Well, what do we got here? We have a Alec Bradley Tempest Natural. Cigarplace.biz sent me a pack of these this week. I'd never had them.
Cigarplace.biz? Who started that? A boomer? Oh my god. I feel like it's only old people and scammers who use .biz, top level domains. I don't know if I can think off the top of my head of a single legitimate business that I've ever used that had a .biz. TLD.
Before, they're a pretty good cigar, and so they kind of fall in between my say my Charter Oak Connecticut Shades, which are really mild, and but then they're not as dark and rich and strong as my Partagas Black Labels, and which I like to keep this palette range of cigar in my humidor because sometimes I don't want something super mild, but I'm not quite ready for that smack in the back of the head, and you just kind of want something in the middle there. And this is a good cigar. I like this. So I want to give a shout out to cigarplace.biz. If you're looking for an online place, you don't have a brick and mortar nearby, and you need some place to order cigars. My son Jesse, he texted me the other day. He's one packing up in the mountains in Idaho. He said, "Hey, you got a place where you can get discount for cigars?" And I said, "I don't think I get discounts." I said, but these guys they've got a good sale going on, and Jesse don't smoke cigars as much as I do. He may now. So I asked him a few days later. I said, "You get cigars?"
What the heck? He may now? You're literally making your son addicted to drugs. What the heck?
And he said, "Yeah." He said, "I might have went overboard." And I said, "Oh yeah?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "I got on there and they had some on sale that I really liked, so I put them in my cart. And I found some more that were on sale, and I knew I liked them, so I put them in my cart. Then I found some more that were on sale, and I knew I liked them, so I put them in my cart."
That's literally me for real. When I see clothes on the internet and or in real life.
And then he said, "I found a bunch more, and I wound up ordering 275 cigars."
What?
I said,
200 cigars? Oh my goodness, he's gonna get cancer like tomorrow.
"Man." And he's like, "Now I don't have a humidor or anything." And so I'll give you just a quick cigar tip on that. You can go to Walmart and buy a cooler, like an igloo cooler, just an ice chest, just the cheap red with the white lids and whatever, and to get you some Bovita packs and put your cigars in them, throw the Bovita packs in there, and that's a pretty good get by humidor for a while. So, but anyhow, I want to thank Shane for sending these to me, and want to again let you guys know we have the schedule up for school next year, and so people are already calling, already booking, and so we just want to encourage you to check that out if you're thinking about coming next year. Also, we're making a little bit of changes. The school will have the school, all right, but also we've got more people calling and like setting aside a week for a family with young kids and stuff, and they want the experience and they want to do some riding, but they don't want the full school. And we're going to make that's available next year as well. All right. So if you like these folks, they've watched the videos, they like the whole ambiance of the videos and what we're saying and putting out here, and they want a vacation out west with some horses and home cooked meals and historic house. but they're not going in wrangling, and they don't want the school, and so we've opened that up too. All right, so there's options, and so get on Dry Creek Wranglers, plural.com. There's a phone number on there. Call Mama and talk to Mama, and she'll be happy to set you up and take care of you. Okay. Other than that, we'll wish you guys all the best, and we'll catch you next time.
Okay, I gotta go. Take a super duper quick pee-pee break. I do want to listen to his other one, the greatest ability, but I don't want to oversaturate this portion of the chilling with the art, listening to him. So it's not just like you were listening to only him. We'll come back to that one later. Maybe I'll pull up some spooky stories so we can take a break from Big Feats. Some spooky, probably not real stories. And okay, I will be right back. Gotta do my PPs. Let me put up. I don't know if any of the other Halo ones played while I was AFK before, but let me put up the other Halo one. The Pillar of Autumn. Give me 1 second. I think there were a couple of other pretty cool Halo ones that I listened to, but I'll have to go find them later. Okay, let me go look for a Spooky Stories compilation to listen to. I think I saw one a little earlier. See if I can pull that one up. Where'd my spooky stories go? Oh, another thing I could do is I had a couple of dreams I wanted to draw out and recount. Oh right, there was the Arby the Chief dream, the alternative ending. Maybe I'll do that at the end. Where's my spooky story that I saw earlier? It's gone. I don't see it anywhere. Rippy dippy. I think it was like a I think it was like a Home Alone spooky stories collection. Rip. I'm just gonna have to go to the channel. What the heck? Don't scratch my mattress. What the heck? Oh. Okay, I found the one that I saw earlier. However, it is 2.5 hours. So we'll save that one for another time. I did see a different one scrolling down here though. One of them is Night Shift Stories. It's First Shift's fault. And then there's a camping stories, restaurant stories. I think we'll do the night shift one. Yard sale stories. Okay, for now we'll do the night shifts. Night shift stories. I'm probably gonna have to go get some water. But I will do that later. Since I'm not reading any Halos or news, I think I'll be fine for a little bit. If I really feel like I need water, I'll go get it. But for now, we should be good if I'm mostly doing art and occasionally occasionally providing feedback. I still don't know why the heck my throat is so weird. It's like making me want to cough. Spooky. Okay, let's get started with spooky stories. This is 7 more true scary night shift stories.
Back when I was a senior in high school, I had a weekend job pumping gas at a highway gas station here in New Jersey. I saw all kinds of crazy stuff in the year or so that I worked there, but honestly, most of the stuff just came across as funny nowadays. Like even some of the closer calls with crazy customers or the time that I got robbed, I wasn't really in any life-threatening danger. I know how to handle myself, and I know not to do anything but cooperate with someone desperate enough to stick a gun in my face. We're trained to give up the money. It's
Cringe. You should be trained to respond in kind.
insured, but there's no putting my brains back in my skull if I decide to be a hero over $50 in change. I mean, come on. The guy was even more scared than I was, so now it's ended up being like a crazy but not so scary story that I have no problem telling at parties or on dates or whatever. But then there's this one thing that happened that I don't bring up so easily, and that only ever comes out when people want to know what's the worst thing I saw. Sometimes I'm not even in the mood to talk about it, because I know that it can't have been just some rare one-time thing that only ever happened to me. But other times I feel like I gotta warn people, so they'll recognize it and act on it like I did. That's another part of this I hate. I feel like it sounds as if though I'm trying to make myself out as some hero in this situation, but I can promise you, I don't feel that way at all. I feel like I did the bare minimum, but enough intro, I'll get to the story. One night, I was working the night shift when an Audi with South Carolina license plates pulled in at around 2 in the morning. Some guy got out, asking me to fill up his car while he went to the bathroom. He put a $20 bill into my shirt pocket, promising another $20 if I could get the tank filled up quickly. Naturally, I rushed to do as he said, and I noticed a middle school-age girl asleep in the back seat, covered up to her chin with a blanket. I didn't want to wake her and risk losing my tip, so I proceeded to fill the tank as fast as I could while still being careful, keeping an eye on her to ensure that she wasn't waking up. She remained asleep, and as I focused more on filling the tank, I suddenly got this chill through myself when I looked back up at her. She was staring at me with her eyes wide open. Before I could say anything, she mouthed 2 clear words through the glass to me. "Help me." There was
A woman who talks, run!
moment where I just stopped dead, hand on the gas pump no longer filling up, and then I heard his voice asking, "Hey, everything all right over there?" I had to think on my feet pretty quick. I told him that something was
Yeah, you gotta control your woman. She spoke without first being spoken to.
wrong with the pump and that I could head back inside to reset it so the gas would start pumping again. I went on about how it had been happening on and off all day, apologized for the inconvenience, and assured him that it would be working in just a second. I ran inside, pushed the silent alarm, and then walked back out to finish filling up his tank. He fell for the whole thing, and if I say so myself, I put on an Emmy-winning performance and not completely freaking out and either strangling him or making some misguided attempt to actually rescue the girl. The cops later told me that I did the right thing. I had his plate number on the cameras, I got a good look at him and the girl, and his fingerprints were on the cash that he gave me. I made sure to call 911 as soon as they left, but thanks to the silent alarm, a patrol unit was already on the way to me. The dispatcher redirected the cop to the road the guy pulled off onto, and bingo, he was pulled over on a traffic stop. Supposedly all ended well for that particular girl, but how many others don't get a chance to signal for help like that? How many end up in the trunk instead of the back seat? How many don't get rescued?
That's what I was assuming this story was gonna be. It was like, I heard a banging or some breathings from the trunk. And then I got spooked and I called it the police. Which, I don't know, it seems to me like that would make way more sense than putting someone in the back of your seats with with a blanket as the only the only concealment. I don't know. This guy doesn't. This criminal doesn't seem to be particularly high IQ. I don't know.
It's those kind of questions that I try not to think about, which is why I don't like telling the story too much. However, I feel it's important to share it sometimes as a warning. If this reaches as many people as possible, maybe it'll save me a whole lot of breath and a whole lot of sleepless nights.
Also, it's always the reason why I always have fun with these. Aside from the fact that I like spooky, scary stories, is because I used to listen to these back in the day when I was still in New York, and some of these were a bit more actually likely to happen because there's spooky peoples all over the place in New York. However, now that I'm here, somewhere that respects my civil rights and my ability to carry, then a lot of these aren't even. It's literally no issue anymore for me, because like I have the tools. I can solve these spooky stories on my own accord if they were to happen to me. No biggie. So cringe that you can't directly order pepper spray in New York shipped to your address. You have to get it shipped to a local dealer who can, like an FFL basically. If it's, I think, was it any kind of? I completely forgot. Pepper spray, New York. I think it's any kind of pepper spray. You can't order it to your address. You have to order it to an FFL or something like that. Pepper spray in New York. The laws and where to buy. From Saber, who make pepper sprays. Oh my goodness! There's a fucking spider crawling up the wall next to me. I don't think he's the kind who bites me though. Actually, he might be. But I'll just play it safe and squish him. What's up, Arby's? No, you want to eat him? Uh-oh, I missed him. Where'd he go? Oh no. Maybe maybe I squished him and then he fell straight down. And I didn't see him. Oh, okay, I did get him. I see him. He's dead and not moving underground. Okay, let's finish here. This was published January 31st, 2023. Let's see. New York pepper spray laws. Pepper spray is legal in New York for anyone 18 and older to carry and use for self-defense, but there are a few restrictions. I think also one of the restrictions is that it can't be above a certain threshold. The spicy power has to be not as spicy. Product canisters cannot contain more than 0.75 ounces. How much is 0.75 ounces? 0.75 ounces. 2 cups, I guess. 0.09375 cups. How about tablespoons? 1.5 tablespoons. That's it. Pepper spray strength cannot exceed 0.7% major capsaicinoids. How much is the one that I have? I'm not gonna tell you which one I have because they don't sponsor me. Maybe if you sponsor me, I'll give you the name. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. This says maximum strength 1.4%. So it can only be half strength of the one that I have. 1.4% max strength, and then in New York, the pepper spray strength cannot exceed 0.7%. And yeah, this pepper spray that I have cannot be shipped to New York. Okay, let's see the other. So that's the second one. The third, pepper spray law for New York. Pepper sprays and gels can only be sold by licensed firearms dealers and licensed pharmacists. Oh, you can do it to pharmacists? I didn't. Is that new? I think anytime I looked it up, in previous years, it was always FFLs. For purchases must be made in person, as it is illegal to ship pepper spray to New York. Oh, okay. So I guess you can't ship it to an FFL and pick it up and purchase it from them. You have to actually get to the store and buy whatever they have on hand in stock. There's a maximum of 2 sprays per purchase. Oh. Here are a list of pharmacies that have it. That's cool. This would have been a useful page to find back when I lived in New York. Okay. Well, I guess now I know. I think this one here would be the closest to... Oh, actually, I think all of these are like almost equidistant to where I lived. About as far away, maybe 2 to 3 miles away. Actually, maybe more. Maybe like 3 to 5 miles away. In any direction. Imagine that you have to walk or pay the city the transit fare to travel 3 to 5 miles just to get a half powered pepper spray at only 1.5 tablespoons of quantity. Cringe, lords. It's almost like they want you to be a victim and go to the police and vote for politics who want to secure more power for themselves and erode your rights even further. Maybe at some point they will learn about the often true adage. How's that pronounced? Is it adage or adage? I've always pronounced it adage. Adage that a polite society, an armed society, is a polite society. This is probably gonna be super loud. Let me lower the audio. Adage. Yeah. So I've been pronouncing it correctly. Anyway, back to more spooky stories.
I need to preface this by saying that I don't believe in ghosts or any other kind of paranormal activity, and this is not an attempt to convince people of their existence. But what I will say is that I have an open mind regarding things that I can't explain using logic and reasoning. I know something happened to me, I just don't know what, and nothing I've heard so far has come anywhere near a satisfactory explanation. But then, that's what had me creeped out about it. If I could just chalk it up to seeing a ghost or witnessing a glitch in the Matrix, as I've heard people call it, or any of that crap, at least I get to draw a line under it and move on. But I can't, because I have no idea what happened that night, and neither does anyone else. I used to work for a security company that contracted overnight work for large office buildings in downtown Houston. Some of the buildings were real nice places, and their security offices had all kinds of amenities that others just didn't. The only problem was, they made for some of the most boring overnight shifts you could possibly imagine. Tough guards can be exhausting and dangerous, but boredom is a different kind of poison altogether. So you understand when I say out of all the places I expected my scariest guard might be, those places didn't get anywhere near the top 10. So, one of the buildings we worked in had a bunch of different offices on each floor, with the layout of each floor being shaped like a letter U. Each of the floors was owned by a different company, for the most part anyway, so most had a different design but the same layout, and part of that layout were those polished metal plates that sat on the corner of each corridor. They were positioned at the 90-degree angles in the U shape, and at first I figured it was just an odd design.
Oh my goodness, this Mike Wazowski silhouette looks so spooky. Oh my goodness, I'm actually... It kind of reminds me of those thumbnails for like Sonic EXE. That's what this reminds me of. Oh Christ. I don't know if I should put like his nostrils or something. That would probably make it look a little bit better, but I'll try both with and without.
Choice. But then I figured out that they were like mirrors. If someone was walking down the connecting corridor and you couldn't see them, you'd be able to see a little movement in the polished metal so you wouldn't run into anyone or get a fright. Kinda clever, right? Well, listen to this. One night, I'm working the overnight shift with 2 other coworkers when it comes my turn to perform a physical sweep of the building. We had most of the building mapped out with cameras, but no security guard worth his salt relies on electronics, so every half hour, one of the guards...
What the? That's literally me. He's like me, for real, for real. I literally don't trust the dishwasher. I do not trust machines, because I have been watching Transformers recently, and the machines there are all evil. Like the evil baby sword, and they are all evildoers, and that's why I do not trust the washing machines. All robots are evil, except for the real dolls.
Would take a quick walk around each of the floors just to make sure everything was A-okay. Most of the guys would just take elevators up and down, but it was around this time that I decided to take the stairs a few times a night as to try to get some exercise in. I was a few pounds heavier than I wanted to be, and walking up even 5 or 6 flights of stairs sucked, so I'd take as many flights as I could, then take the elevator the rest of the way. It also helped kill time on those hellish shifts too, so it was all gains in my mind. Anyway, this one night I managed it all the way up to the 9th floor, which was totally this new record for me, but I'm completely out of gas. I literally have to lean up against the wall to catch my breath, making sure to stay in the stairwell's blind spot so my coworkers don't watch and laugh at me. And then once I had myself together again, I walked out into the corridor and towards the first bend in that U that I mentioned earlier. As I get within a few feet of it,
I think with the nostrils it looks worse. I think I'll keep the nostrils out of it. Get your nose out of my face.
I freeze, because for the first time in the whole time that I'd worked there, I see a reflection in the polished metal mirror thing. It's not crystal clear, but it's 100% in the way that you always notice something different about something you've looked at 100 times before. But I can clearly see someone standing in the connecting hallway, wearing what looked to be the same kind of security uniform as me. I called out, thinking it was one of my coworkers, then the white-shirted shape suddenly moved out of sight. Now right away I'm thinking, this is a prank. I just caught them trying to jump scare me. So as I'm walking around the corners, I'm kind of calling out, "Hey, I know you're there, idiot. I saw you on the reflection." I get around each corner and I don't see anyone, so I assume the guy had ducked into one of the conference rooms or offices as a backup. I checked each and every one, and they were all empty. I called down on my radio to make sure someone really is up there with me, and they're just hiding in a closet or something because they're just a bunch of immature idiots. And the second I heard both guys talking on the same radio, I felt myself getting just a little bit freaked out. Either I was having some kind of weird episode after power walking up those 9 flights, or my eyes were playing tricks on me, and either one wasn't a desirable outcome, so naturally, I'm starting to get a little worried. Not majorly worried, just a little. I decided to take the elevator the rest of the way, still kind of concerned about my health and stuff, but then as I'm walking back towards it, something happened that makes me feel cold, just to think about today. It felt like someone walked up behind me, like really quickly too. I heard the footsteps outside my own, and I felt that feeling of imminent danger you get when someone rushes you from behind.
What happened? Why are you staring at me, you darn geese? I already gave you food a couple hours ago. I guess it is almost midnight. You guys can wait. You'll be okay, Arby.
So I turned, had my hand on my sidearm ready to defend myself, but there was nothing.
What? A sidearm? What's your primary? What the heck? Where you gonna you're carrying a fucking AK out there? What the heck?
Just an empty corridor with only me standing in it. I can't even really think of the words for the kind of fear that I was feeling in that moment. The best that I can come up with is it was like a physical force. That fear hit me, and it pushed me towards the elevator at a speed walk. I was convinced that someone was up there with me, but at the same time, they either had to be psychic or a ninja to be able to rush up on me like that, or at least make me feel like I was being creeped on. None of it made any sense, and more I'm thinking that there's something wrong with me, and not that something weird is going on. Once I was safely in the elevator, I called down to my coworkers and asked them to watch all of the cameras on the 10th floor for any kind of movement. They replied asking if I was all good or if I needed help, probably because they could hear the kind of state that I was in. But I told them to shut up, watch the cameras, and tell me if they could see anything or anyone. I was expecting a no, in which case I'd have to accept that I was having some kind of medical emergency and maybe even call 911. I heard about people having strokes or heart attacks and how they can feel confused or panicked or something, so that's all my hypochondriac mind was thinking of. But then, as my radio crackled to life again, I heard the next thing they said, and I swear to Christ that I felt like I was going to throw up. My coworker came back with, Yeah, there's someone up there with you. We're headed for the elevator right now.
It's a monster.
I sent it down to the ground floor, and if I'm being honest, I was weirdly relieved. I wasn't about to have a stroke, and I wasn't going crazy. There really was someone up on the 10th floor, and they were about to get one heck of a butt kicking for scaring the Jesus out of me. We swept all the rooms together, calling out to this potential intruder the whole time, saying things like, "Come on out," and "You only get trespassing," and even saying things like, "This is a heck of a way to get yourself shot."
I don't know why this Big Feet's silhouette isn't cooperating with me right now. It's like, it doesn't want to rasterize. What the heck? Oh, wait a second. I can't.
We were just bluffing, and it wasn't a huge issue that we didn't find this intruder on the 10th floor because they could have easily used the stairwell to escape to another floor. But instead of going and hunting them down, we just head back down to the security office and watch the cameras and just wait for the real cops to show up. On the way back down to the office, I asked my coworker what exactly he'd seen on those security cameras. And it turns out he hadn't seen anything definitive, just enough blurry movement on the edges of a monitor to know that A, someone was definitely up there, and B, they seemed like they knew where the camera's blind spots were. This is what really sent alarm bells ringing for my coworkers, as stuff like that suggests someone has cased the place, i.e. done a little recon in the daytime, possibly disguised as a client or employee so they'd know where to go to get whatever they'd come for, as well as how to get there without being spotted straight away. A lot of people have asked me, how could this person have gotten into the building in the first place, and didn't that bother me at all? The question to that is yes, it did, but we're not training to waste time thinking how. We're trained to react to intruders as and when they occur and to focus on either locking them down for the cops or getting them out of the building without anyone getting hurt. You focus on the hows afterward. In the moment, you focus on the intruder. Anyway, we watch the cameras, call the cops, and try to work out where the hell this intruder could have gotten to while avoiding all the security cameras. We're staring at the cameras for maybe 15 to 20 minutes before the cops show up, and we don't see any movement. Then, when the cops show up, we help them sweep all the floors and offices to make sure no one's around. They were pretty thorough about it too, opening up closets and checking under desks, but still, we found no one. Even the cops said that it must have been spooky for whoever was up there alone, which to me sounded like the understatement of the century. But right then, when we were dealing with the situation, I was sure that it wasn't just me going nuts. The situation was resolving itself, so I was relatively calm again. When the cops left, we switched on the alarm systems from the floors 9 to 13, meaning if anyone entered those floors again, we'd be instantly alerted and a 911 call would automatically be issued. No alarms were triggered that night, so we figured the episode was pretty much over and done with. We'd have to talk with the head of security about it, and there was no doubt that he'd be very interested in how we let something like that happen. But no one expected to get fired or anything, so we finished the shift as close to normal as possible and then just went home in a sort of good mood. It was only in the weeks afterward that I realized how much the experience had affected me, and the longer I went on wondering about it, the worse the feeling got. Thinking I'd put it behind me turned out to be a major error of judgment on my part, or maybe I did box it off and then it just broke out again, I don't know. I thought about what could have made those pictures and noises, what could have given me that feeling like someone was rushing up behind me, and after thinking about it for long enough, I decided that I didn't want to work there anymore, and when I was told that I couldn't pick and choose which guards I was on, I was left with no choice but to seek employment elsewhere. I'm not scared to admit that I'm scared of whatever happened up there, and rather than go down some crazy rabbit hole trying to explain it, I thought it was better just to walk away and start again someplace else. It's never happened again, nor is anything like that, but you can bet your bottom dollar if it does. I'm moving on. Again.
Wow, I got super duper spooked by a spooky ghost. He was just dropping by to say hi and he got spooked out of his job? What the heck? Maybe what the heck? It's a fly on my screen. That, spooky ghost just started paying reparations to that guy. He missed out on some rent while he was looking for a different job. I don't think I've really heard too much about real IRL stories of people who've encountered spooky things in real life at work. At all, actually, now that I think about it. Uh-oh, I can do a spooky cloud like... What if I invert this? Wait, no. If I flip it... Ooh, that's a good color right there. I think I can get a pretty good cloud scene, or maybe if I... Oh, it's not even at 100%. I think one of the first what the heck? Dissolve always looks so weird. I think one of the first stories that I really liked from listening to spooky stories on this channel was a it was a a parking lot attendant. I think he was like the story was like he was in a major city, and he worked night shift, and then there was a spooky guy who came to the parking lot and was messing with one of the cars while he was at work, while he was working at the parking attendant booth. But it wasn't like a normal guy. He was like a spooky guy, like a monster looking thing. From what I remember, I think the appearance kind of reminded me of a oh my goodness, this spooky cloud here. The appearance, as he described it at the time, reminded me a little bit of like a Courage the Cowardly Dog kind of, I guess, enemy. Are they considered enemies? The Courage the Cowardly Dog monsters. But the image that I have in mind, from what I remember of that story, the guy had like long, thick, dreadlocky hair. And I think the image that popped up for that was like the Midna hair when she was like a little imp in Twilight Princess. It's like this chunky, blocky stuff, but it was like blue, glowing blue or something. And then on his face, he had like a spooky smile, but like a super duper big smile. And I think he even described the teeth a little bit like Joker from The Batman, the animated show, The Batman Joker. The Batman animated Joker. Can I take me to this page? Oh my god, so tiny. Can I get a real image? Not an image for ants? Okay, I think this one's better. Here, this Joker here. From The Batman. Kind of sucks that there's like no other title other than The Batman animated series, because then the search results skew it up with the regular Batman animated series. But this one, I think the teeths kind of reminded me of, I think even like the overall appearance of how that story described the spooky monster was kind of like this Joker's character design. This is probably the image that the writer had in mind when making that story. I think he did also mention like these gazing eyes, and then he was like, "Hello there, my friend," whenever he was addressing the parking lot attendant. And so that's one of the spooky stories that I really remember from this guy. But yeah, so some of these are good, some of them are not. Some of them are cringe, but it's still fun to poke holes in the stories. So we'll keep going, and hopefully there's an even better one. Maybe there's like one with a succubus, a succubus who comes at the night shift.
I worked for the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police for 8 years, and in that time, I only had to use my sidearm once. A lot of other Metro cops might tell you that's kind of miraculous and that I should consider myself lucky. I do, in a manner of speaking, but those same cops would also admit that my one shooting is worth 3 or 4 of theirs, on sheer circumstance alone. I was driving through North Vegas one night after getting a call to the 7-Eleven on East Owens Avenue. Then on my way back towards the Strip, I'm slowing down as I come up to some lights when I spot something weird on James Street to my right. There was a car parked on the sidewalk with all the lights inside the car switched on, and it looked like the driver was slumped over in a sort of unnatural position. I didn't have any other calls, so I figured I'd drive around the block and then roll past him real slow to see if he was okay. And lo and behold, there's a guy passed out in the driver's seat of his car. So after a quick look around the driver and passenger's side to check for weapons or narcotics, I knocked on his window a few times to wake him up. The guy looked to be maybe in his late 30s, Hispanic, with a closely cropped haircut and what looked like work gear on. And when I knocked on his window, he woke up startled. Now, the first words out of his mouth were, "Oh my God, officer, I'm so sorry. This is literally my house right here. I think I just nodded off for a little bit and parked here." I asked him where he'd come from, and he told me that he worked nights at a chemical plant over in Henderson. He'd spent all day doing something for his family, then had to work right after, so after running on almost 24 hours on no sleep, he must have passed out as soon as it was safe to close his eyes for a few minutes. Now, normally, I'd have to perform a field sobriety check on this guy, but he genuinely did seem exhausted. His eyes were bloodshot and his speech was pretty groggy, but it was clearing up more and more by the second. He didn't smell like booze, and his ID checked out, but there was still something that didn't sit right with me. When I asked him which chemical plant he worked for, he said Olin Chloralkali. But I had a cousin in the chemical industry, and he worked on the same Henderson industrial park, only at a company called Borman. Borman was the only chemical company running night shifts at the time, so if he didn't work for Borman, he couldn't have been working as anything but an overnight security guard. But since he was dressed for a manufacturing line or some other kind of heavy work, there was no explanation as to why he'd be out so late. I ran his ID, and the guy's record consisted of nothing but a few late parking fines.
Maybe he's a thief. He was trying to sneak in as one of the maintenance workers. He's a thief. Arrest him.
But I figured just to be certain, I'd run a field sobriety test and maybe search his vehicle if I noticed anything during the testing. A worst-case scenario, I'd minorly inconvenience this dude, and he'd probably understand my reasons for doing so given how chill he was being. But best-case scenario, I'd find whatever was making my spidey senses tingle in this situation. I'd caught the guy in a lie, a small one, but whenever that happens, you gotta remind yourself that no one with innocent or wholesome intentions tells casual lies like that, especially not to cops. So I head back to the dude's car and ask if he'd mind undergoing a quick sobriety check. He responds by saying, "No, not at all, officer." But then there's a slightly awkward pause before he says, "You want me to do it now?" I nod and he just sort of looks back at me as if to say, "Really? I thought we were cool." I explain to him that as much as I appreciate how tired he is and how hard he's been working, I've been ordered to perform a check on him given the circumstances. I promised to make it as fast as possible so we could get him inside and into bed, but that I had to do, or risk making my sergeant angry, you see. And that was total BS, but I figured if he could give me a little, I could give him a little. But instead of getting out of the car, the guy's arm, which had been resting on the door where the rolled-down window was, disappeared behind the door where I couldn't see it. This is a big no-no when dealing with cops, especially during a traffic stop or any kind of vehicular-based interaction. You can call me a bootlicker, tell me your taxes pay my wages, or that you're going to get me fired, but as long as you keep your hands at 10...
Actually, I think maybe the size here isn't as bad as I had initially thought. Although maybe what I should do... Maybe what I should do is move the terrain a little lower like this. Then I got a bit more room here for like spooky trees. Maybe like this. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe having like a cool, like a orange glow, spooky orange glow along the horizon would be cool. Let me try that.
And two, I'm usually chill. You start putting your hands in places I can't see them, and I start getting nervous. I take a quick step towards the guy.
Ah, that's why the police don't like... What the heck, you're leaving? That's why the police don't like it when I put my hands in my pants. They can't see where my hands are going. They're getting spooked that I might whip out a very violent weapon.
Hand on my sidearm and tell him very politely to keep his hands where I could see them. He throws them both up, saying, Okay, officer, chill out. But they start drooping down again the moment we start arguing about the sobriety test. I had to physically pin the guy's left arm to the door to keep him from reaching, but he kept telling me, It's okay, I don't have any weapons
Don't reach
in the car, I'm just trying to unlock the door. I then told him to unlock the door with his other hand, and that's when he grabbed it. The guy had a gun tucked behind his back in the driver's seat, and I was so focused on what his left arm was reaching for, I considered that the whole time he was reaching down for leverage, so he pushed himself forward a little, grabbed the gun, and started shooting at me.
Started blasting.
One of his bullets hit my left arm, but my gun was in my right, so I dropped back out of his arc of fire and then just unloaded through the rear passenger window, putting holes through the driver's seat and into the dude's center mass. My left arm refused to work on me, so I had to grab my radio with my right, still holding onto my gun in order to call in that I'd been hit. This put me at a huge disadvantage for a second or two, and if the dude had still been a threat, he could have taken me out with a few well-timed and well-placed shots, but thankfully, he was in no position to do that. After I called it in, I immediately trained my sidearm back.
That is way too bright of an orange for spooky ween. Let's go a little darker.
Back on him and then instinctually started barking out commands.
He's barking like that one officer.
I was scared out of my mind, with no idea of what to do. I didn't want to shoot the guy again, but disarming or detaining him was out of the question thanks to the bullet that he put through my arm. I remember how I stopped barking commands at him for a second only to hear the guy start to weep.
This actually looks super cool. I think I can do like a radial blur as well to make it more like spiking out of there and spin. No, zoom. I don't think zoom will be exactly what I want. I have to play around. No, that's not really the effect I was going for, but I think I can make it work with maybe if I smudge a bit.
Weakly say something like, "Why'd you shoot me, man? I'm right outside my house." He said it like he hadn't been the one to open up on me first, like I'd just shot him for being asleep in his car. And that happens way more than you think,
Didn't
too.
do nothing, officer.
I once watched a woman flee a traffic stop, crash her car into a family SUV, try to stab the officer who pulled her out of her smoking wreck of a car, and then lie there in cuffs saying, "I didn't do nothing."
Didn't do nothing, officer.
I guess some people get real scared when they think they're going to go to jail, be it first-timers or serial offenders. Some folks can take it. They grow up in the prison system, I guess. It's like they're home away from home. But others, well, sometimes I think they choose death over giving up whatever they got going on.
So you have
For example, the guy
death.
who blew my left bicep out, you'd think that he was some wanted cartel member with 100 warrants out for him. But no, he'd never been in trouble with the law before. He just couldn't face going without the oxys that he was hooked on. That's all my fellow officers found in his car. One bottle of oxys with no prescription. Now, with no priors and a good attorney, he could have gotten himself a suspended sentence and drug counseling and,
I
at
think I need
worst,
more
maybe 6
orange
months
to
with
play
good
with.
behavior. But then the thought of having to detox in jail, I guess some people really do think that that's a fate worse than death.
Oh, wait, maybe what I could do is go way up here and then just move it down.
I was just
Let's
19
do
when I
it.
first moved to the United States. My father died when I was still a baby, and my mom passed away from cancer just a few days before my 18th birthday.
You guys okay? Arby. Arby. Leave her alone. She's just a little baby. What, did you start it, Patches, or did Arby start it? I think maybe I'll end soon if I work here with a bit of the orange. Maybe I'll do a couple of dead trees, and then I will pick up next time on like the spooky house, and then the jack-o'-lanterns, and I guess I could put a moon like up here. Do like a it shouldn't be too difficult. Just grab at the circles, make it white. Do one of these spooky. Add some spooky details there. We'll see.
I stayed with my sister for a while, who was married with kids by that time, but
Oh, and the reason I want to end soon is because I still want to work out. I wanted to work out before I started, but I didn't really get the chance. So I want to work out, and I want to shower, and I also want to play with the kitties. And so that's why I'm not really gonna do a super long stream today. Just a little bit of parts.
it wasn't long before I started dreaming of a life away from Guatemala. I started my application not long after and pulled a few strings with an old friend of my father's to land a sponsor and a job up in Texas. Then, about 18 months later, I arrived in the city of Laredo. The U.S. was new and big and exciting, and although the work was hard and my pay wasn't great, I was happy. My abuela always used to say, "Al falta de pan, tortilla." When you don't have bread, you make do with tortillas, and that's exactly what I was doing. So I worked my crappy job and slept in a crappy shared apartment, having faith that things would improve over time. They did, but as per a favored saying of mine, it's always darkest before the dawn.
Favorite saying? You mean you stole that from the Dark Knight? What? Like those guys are thieves?
And just when it seemed like things were going okay, there was a fire at the apartment building that I was staying in. We woke up to someone pounding on our door, and when we all ran outside, one half of the building was engulfed in flames. I think some people actually died that night. It was awful. So even though I was doomed to live in my car for the foreseeable future, it was kind of, by the grace of God go I kind of situation. So that was me, living in my car, pressing tortillas in this late-night cantina, saving every little penny that I could towards a plan that I hadn't even thought of yet. There were a lot of desperate people in Laredo around that time, and more of them turned to crime to help get ahead. I got more than one offer to get involved in something I really shouldn't have, and thankfully, God gave me the strength and the wisdom to stay on the straight and narrow. Some of the offers make me chuckle to think about these days. I just can't picture my skinny self slinging drugs or driving hookers around. I would have been eaten alive after 5 minutes of being out there. But other things I've gotten into don't make me laugh so much at all. One night, I was on break from my cantina shift, so I walked down to this corner store to pick up some Coke and maybe some cigarettes. Then instead of walking straight back to the cantina, I leaned up against a wall outside of the store, then lit up a smoke while I drank my Coke. I was just minding my own business, lost in my thoughts, when I suddenly heard a voice saying, "You work too hard, son." He said it in Spanish, but he had this fatherly tone about him, and when I looked around, I saw this older vaquero-looking guy walking up to me. I say vaquero, like a cowboy, but he dressed rich. Nice boots, nice hat, big shiny belt buckle. You know that.
What? Cowboys can't be rich? What the heck? This is actually doesn't look as much like Halloween anymore as it looks like hell. Like the landscape, the horizon is on fire, which I guess kind of works, honestly. But it's not quite what I had in mind. But I like it regardless. It's a slightly different vibe, which I still appreciate.
The kind. I told him something like, "Just trying to get by, Tio," thinking that he was going to move on after a passing comment. But he didn't. He walks right up to me and says, in Spanish, "It's not like everybody used to walk their dogs with sausages, right?" I think even some Chapinas won't understand what this means, so let me explain. In Guatemala, we say something which basically means when times were better and people were richer. Prosperous people can afford to feed their dogs delicious meat like chorizo or longanizas, so it's a saying which refers to that kind of period. The thing is, it's a very Guatemalan phrase, and the guy's accent was very obviously Mexicano, so you can imagine my confusion. I asked him, "Tu es Chapin?" and Chapin being slang for Guatemalan people, but he just laughed, shook his head, and told me, "I've been all over." That made sense, but what didn't was how he knew I was from Guatemala. I asked him how he knew where I was from, and he told me that it was his job to know things about people. According to him, this job paid very well, and if I was willing to give something up, I could make a lot of money too. Now, right away, I recognized that same slimy tone of someone who wants me to do something illegal for them, so I was gearing up to tell him thanks, but no thanks. But he must have read it in my body language or something because he started trying to reassure me. He told me yes, what he was proposing was illegal, but that it wasn't immoral. I wasn't going to be driving addictive poison across the border or helping young women get into dangerous, life-destroying situations. It was nothing that was going to get me deported. I wouldn't be able to work for at least 6 to 8 weeks after whatever it was that he was proposing, but all my expenses would be paid for during this period, and I'd walk away with $4,000 cash. $4,000 was more than half my salary at that time, and way more than any of the pimps or dealers were offering. Then, with the promise of the work not being immoral, I'll admit that he had my attention. He went on to explain that in the United States, the trick to making money outside of the law was to stay away from vice, and in drugs and prostitution to work with the gringos, not without them or against them, and the wealthier those gringos were, the better. I figured that he was talking about some kind of financial crime, as he kept insisting that no one got hurt and that he worked with the best people around, his words. I guess that he kept me in the dark to keep me curious, something he'd practiced many times over, probably, but it worked. And in the end, I asked him what I had to do to get my hands on that kind of money for just a few weeks' work. But then, instead of telling me straight up, the rich vaquero launched into a whole bunch of questions about my health. He asked me if I have diabetes, any heart problems, if I'm on medication, all this medical-related stuff that didn't really make sense to me at first.
He wants to harvest your organs. Run!
I figured whatever it was, I had to be fit and healthy for it, and my God, was I right about that. I wasn't being offered $4,000 for my labor. I was being offered it in exchange.
What the heck? Where are all these cops out now? Hopefully they don't start blasting. You hear them? Okay, it sounds like they're still driving further away, so they're not right outside, I think. Wait, what the heck? Uh-oh, is there a fire? It kind of looks like either my window needs to be cleaned or there's some smoke outside. Uh-oh, let me go check. I don't think so, though, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'll be right back. Okay, there is no fire, thankfully. My window is just dirty. And looking outside into the darkness with the light from my room hitting the window from the inside. Makes it like as if it's a little smoky out there, but it's just the little fingerprint markings and dust markings and rain markings and raindrops and rain smudges on the window that make it look as if it is smoky outside, but it is not. We are perfectly fine.
For one of my kidneys. And when he first said it, I thought that I must have misheard him, or that he was using some kind of slang term that I wasn't familiar with. He mistook my confusion for shock, and once again he went into this what sounded like a well-rehearsed method of trying to convince me. He told me that a fit young man like me could survive on one kidney, and that with enough time, it might even grow back. I might have been young, broke, and fairly
What? Kidneys grow back? What the heck?
naive, but I wasn't stupid. I knew major organs didn't just grow back. At least I was pretty sure they didn't. I wanted to tell the guy to stick his offer where the sun don't shine, as it was just about the most insane thing that I'd ever heard. But something told me that being rude to such a man wouldn't be a very wise move at all. I told him I'd think about it, and he gave me a card with nothing but a phone number written on it. I didn't call the number, and I knew better than to go saying anything about it because I'm from a place where people talk themselves into their graves sometimes. But I'm also from a place where people cash money into the graves too. So I kept my mouth shut and told myself that with hard work, prosperity would come eventually. Quick fixes are a rare thing in life, and you never fix long-term problems with short-term solutions. I never heard about anyone accepting any offers to sell their organs, but if a man felt comfortable and confident enough to approach migrant workers in the street, there must have been someone out there accepting these offers. I understand the wall of silence involved in something like organ trafficking, but you'd think you'd meet one or two people who actually did it, right? But I never did, and I think I figured out why. Say you went off with a stranger.
Yeah, 'cause they end up dying, that's why. They harvest all your organs, not just the kidneys, that's why.
And they took you to some back alley doctor, and they gas you out under the impression that you're only losing one of your 2 kidneys. Who's to stop them from taking more, or from taking everything? You'd have to be crazy to agree to something like that. Crazy or truly desperate. And that's what scares me. I know that there are people out there so desperate they'll sell their organs. I was almost one of those people myself. I love this country, and I love the people more. But for many migrants like me, the road is long, hard, and some people never make it to the end.
That's a pretty cool tree. And spooky dead trees. I don't think I need too many spooky dead trees. But actually what I could do here is have like a super long branch that's extruding super hard. Let's see if I can make it look nice.
I worked as a correctional officer for 2 years, 3 months, and 18 days, because 2 years, 3 months, and 18 days was all I had in me. After that, $1 million wouldn't get me through the doors of that county jail, and $1 billion would only have me working the weekends. My jail wasn't even all that hardcore. There were plenty of other jails up and down California that had way worse reputations than we did, but still, working those night shifts could be like a horror movie sometimes. Inmates loved throwing their own urine and feces at us and other inmates.
Are they
Lots of
monkeys?
inmates getting jiggy with each other, sometimes staff too. Basically all the crazy stuff that you see on TV, most of it is either based on reality or very representative of the kind of stuff inmates get up to. But even so, there's only so long before some of the more common stuff becomes totally routine, and then only the really wilder stuff sticks out. First thing that comes to mind is when I found an inmate trying to catch fire to her clothes with a lighter that she'd smuggled in her you-know-what. I have no idea why she was trying to burn herself like that, but she cried when I caught her, not because she was thankful that I stopped her or anything, but because I told her that I'd have to take her lighter away. I told her to throw it under the door, and she did, and then I left her to crying. Then there's the girl that I found half dead because she hung herself with a bedsheet. I was so convinced that she was gone, but another CO rushed in to give her CPR, and she woke up coughing and spitting, and then went on and survived. It was just about the craziest thing I'd ever seen. I swear that she was almost blue, and then the next minute, she was sitting up, drinking water, and thanking us for getting her down. You'd think that she'd be angry that we stopped her, but I guess people just get trapped in the moment, and when they realize what they almost threw away, they're grateful that you helped stop it. Another time, a girl claimed that she was having a heart attack, but none of us believed her since she pulled a very similar trick by pretending to be sick and then attacking us or trying to escape. But then after the shift changed, a newer male CO was on the girl's wing and suddenly starts doubting that she's faking. The idiot opened up her cell door, kneels down next to her, and before he can do anything, she grabs him by the collar, pulls him down, and sinks her teeth into the skin of his cheek. By the time the
She's a biter.
CERT team got there, our new CO had a chunk missing from his face, and I heard the biter took a hell of a beating before she gave in.
See, he called her
She
biter.
got aggravated assault by a prisoner charges. The male CO needed 12 staples and never came back. Then there was this other inmate, much more aggressive and heavy-set girl, who decided that she wanted to die. She tried jumping off the second story, but a nearby CO sees her doing it and grabs her. But then, instead of trying to shove the CO off before jumping, the heavy girl decides that she's going to take the CO with her. They were both teetering over the railing before this other
Did she say, "I'm ready, how about you"?
male guard showed up to pull them both back over. But I heard for a few seconds there, it looked like both the CO and inmate were headed to the hospital that night. That inmate was always trouble, I think because she knew how physically dominating she was. The only issue was, some girls just don't care how big their opponent is. As one girl told me, they make coffins her size too, ma'am. She was used to girls backing down in the real world, but in jail, that's not such a common thing. Same girl ended up getting stabbed in the back of the head by another inmate. Shank penetrated her skull, and she ended up with brain damage. Nothing severe, but she spent a long time in rehab working out some motor issues. But then the thing that made me crack and just completely walk away wasn't anything that any inmate did. It was my own coworkers that pushed me over the edge. We had this one female guard. I swear that she got her job under the table or something, but she was the worst. Everyone dreaded working with her because they knew they'd be working double to make up for her laziness and incompetence.
Wow, women workers lazy. Imagine that. And they want the same rights. They want the right to vote. And they do this.
Word was that she was getting canned next time she messed up, but then when she did mess up, it was in a way bigger than anyone could have expected. She skipped a bunch of walkarounds, and then when she finally got off her butt to do one, she found a male inmate hanging in a cell. But unlike when I found the girl hanging, there was no bringing this guy back. People said that he had been dead for hours, and this is when we were supposed to do walkarounds every half hour or so. We thought the jail was going to throw her under the bus, but then this is why I think she was connected. The jail tried to sweep it all under the rug, like an actual cover-up. We think someone faked paperwork.
Whoa, is this the retelling of the Epstein? The Epstein story? I think so.
Work to cover her butt, and she ended up getting pushed and not shoved out, meaning she got a chance to resign without being in disgrace.
This is why you never trust female coworkers. Never.
I've worked for loads of different builders firms over the years, and at one point, I was working as what was basically a supervisor for a small but very successful local firm. It was a hard graft, and the boss could be a proper wanker sometimes, but the pay was out of this world. We'd contract these killer jobs, but because no one else wanted them or could get them done on time, the firm could basically name their price. Pay varied from job to job, and some seemed less worth it than others, but it was way more than I'd be getting from other firms in the area, so I was pretty chuffed about that. The only problem was, it wasn't the most stable of jobs, because if there was nothing available, we didn't work. Until one day, our problems were solved. There was some housing development being laid out, about halfway between us and the next big town over. The local council had already hired a national firm to do the job, but apparently there was some miscommunication about the projected finish date, and the big firm pulls out. This left the council completely in the lurch, as they had already signed the contract on the demolition of some older housing estate. Basically, if the blocks didn't get built, a load of people were going to be homeless come the autumn. And that's where we stepped in. According to the head of the firm, we could get the job done under budget and ahead of schedule, and our secret weapon was night shifts. If the shifts were staggered between all the lads that worked there, we could have one group work the day, one group work the night, and get the whole job done in a few months. All we had to do was throw down the foundations and brickwork, and then another firm was coming in for the decorating, so they all needed to be done by a set date. You get the idea anyway. So we start the job, and we're all just doing a week of days, followed by a week of nights, and then alternating with the other half of the firm. The days were all right, but the nights got very difficult very quickly. As anyone who's done any serious night shifts will tell you, your daytime life doesn't stop. Those with kids had to go get them to school and back, or there'd be doctor's appointments or other things like that to get done. A group might start a week of nights all chipper and up for it, but by the time Saturday morning came around, we were just about ready to drop dead. This got worse and worse over the weeks and months, with everyone complaining about being overtired, but we also didn't want to throw in the towel and risk breaking the deadline, which in turn would have put the whole contract at risk. Lads were joking about some kind of accident happening, but we all kept our heads screwed on, kept ourselves from cutting corners, and otherwise kept ourselves safe on the job. But that couldn't be said for everyone on the site, and in the end, I suppose it was a case of the inevitable finally happening. We've had this massive 500-ton mobile crane on site for a few nights. Brand spanking new on lease it was, and operating it was one experienced bloke and one apprentice. One night, the crane was in use shifting some steel panels around when, for some reason, the apprentice decides to get one of his later jobs done earlier. He probably thought that he was in a safe spot, considering the crane was operating on the opposite side of him, and he also probably thought that he could get a later finish by cleaning the decking off before he usually did. Either way, he made a massive error of judgment. He just didn't realize it until it was way too late. He didn't think that he was in what you might call the crane's swinging area, but was. That's not to say that there isn't a safe spot, he just wasn't in it. And then suddenly, the precast blokes needed a box of plates from another area of the site. The crane turns the other way, and that was that. All I heard was a load of shouting at first, really frantic, frightened-sounding shouts too, so I knew immediately that something was badly wrong. I run over to find the apprentice had gotten trapped between the crane's massive counterweights and the deck that he was cleaning. It crushed him so badly that his body just disintegrated when the counterweights were pulled away. I suppose if every bone in your body had been smashed to bits, there's not much left to hold a person together. It was the worst thing I'd ever seen in my life, honestly. It was effing horrible, and I'll never ever forget it. I'm an absolute bastard when it comes to health and safety now, like a bloody drill sergeant. Some of the younger lads think that I'm just a prick, but I'd rather be a prick whose apprentices got to go home to his mum and dad than a nice bloke at their bloody funerals. The whole aftermath was grim as well. The family of the lad tried to take the firm to court, trying to get a load of money out of them, but the firm was quite easily able to prove that the lad was doing something that he knew he shouldn't have been doing. You gotta sign all kinds of paperwork saying that you've understood what you've been told in terms of workplace safety, so if you breach any of it and get hurt in the process, you haven't got a legal leg to stand on, basically. It was just heartbreaking for the family, to be honest. I don't even think that they were in it for the money. They just needed someone to blame. When you're in that period of mourning, you don't want to accept that it was your loved one's own fault that they lost their life. It's just too soon to have that in your head. But then the head of that firm lost a lot of sleep over it, actually thinking to himself, could I have stopped that in any way? either through more H&S training or by holding the apprentices to a higher standard before taking them on. It was horrible for everyone involved, but especially for the family and especially for the lads who had to see what was left of the poor guy after the accident. They had their fair share of sleepless nights too, as obviously, so did I.
Remember, boys and girls, every OSHA regulation is written in blood.
Former hospice nurse here who spent the better part of 3 years working night shifts, so I got a couple of horrible ones to share with you. The first involves massive pulmonary bleeding. This guy had a tumor in his lungs and it kept growing until it basically popped an artery. I personally just put the guy to bed and had been out of the room for no more than 5 minutes when I heard his wife scream after something wet sounding hit the floor. I ran back in to the sight of so much blood pouring out of this guy's mouth. I sent his wife out of the room under the pretense of cleaning it up, but I knew that he only had a few minutes left. I grabbed his hand and told him everything would be over soon. He tried to speak, but nothing but a few weak gurgles came out. It's horrible to see someone so afraid, especially when there's nothing you can do for them. He was begging me to help him breathe again, but unless someone is on the operating table, there's just nothing you can do for them except comfort them as they pass. He went into shock after a minute or two, then eventually died 10 minutes later. I remember how the floor around him was this deep, sticky red from all the congealed blood, and how it took 2 hot washes to get all the stains out of my uniform. I've seen similar in a patient who suffered a sudden rupture of extreme esophageal varices. For people who don't know what that is, you have blood vessels in and around and throughout your esophagus, as is the case for most of the body. In patients with liver disease or liver failure, the liver's inability to do liver stuff caused a huge amount of pressure to build up. This increased pressure in the liver's blood supply causing the backup of blood to be pushed into vessels connected to the liver, and these inflamed blood vessels are called esophageal varices. Think hemorrhoids of the gullet. They can vary in severity, and most often they are undetectable until an ultrasound confirms or if bleeding happens. There are medications that calm the vessels somewhat, but it's a chronic problem that can't be reversed and it only worsens. To put it as plainly as possible, you have these ticking time bombs throughout your whole upper body, and sooner or later, one of them's going to explode. I had another patient, a 32-year-old alcoholic that was going through chronic organ failure and just couldn't seem to fight his way out. He tried rehab before. I had been a candidate for a liver transplant at one point, but there's a threshold. If a person is so sick that they die regardless of a transplant, a doctor isn't going to waste the surgery, so, in essence, the guy drank himself out of transplant candidacy and into an early grave. He was admitted to the hospital because he needed a tap to drain the liters of fluid that built up in his abdomen due to the liver failure, but the buildup of toxins was also causing heart failure and severe respiratory problems. During this hospitalization, he made the decision to go DNR, or DNI, at 32 years old, which means do not resuscitate. We thought that was going to be the end of him, but miraculously, he made a kind of recovery and worked his way up to being able to waddle around the ward. He was discharged, promising to clean himself up, but was admitted to the emergency department a few weeks later with controlled vomiting. He'd fallen off the wagon, gone on a binge, and it straight up killed him. Shortly after arriving on our unit, and despite giving him a bunch of anti-nausea medications, his vomit went from bile appearing to straight blood. I've never seen so much blood coming from a person, and in such a violent, painful, messy way. We tried to replace all the blood that he was losing, in the hopes that the varices would stop bleeding, but they didn't, and although we worked our butts off trying to keep him alive, he began to lose consciousness and his breathing slowed. An irregular heartbeat quickly turned into prolonged ventricular tachycardia, which is when the lower chambers of the heart beat very fast in quick succession, which is obviously something you don't want. Normally, we'd be considering defibrillation by that point, but because he'd opted for a DNR, we just had to step back and let it happen. His heart rhythm quickly deteriorated further into a slow, very abnormal rate and rhythm, and then started to fail completely. The little blips on the monitor were rare at this point, and His breathing had gone from gasping a few times each minute to nothing at all. I've been in situations like that where staff are devastated to have failed to save someone's life. Sometimes it seems like someone's about to pull through and then they're just gone, and the doctor is calling it. But that time was the first time when instead of the sense of loss and frustration that everyone just has to swallow so they can carry on, there was a sense of relief. This almost indescribable sense of relief throughout the room because he was no longer suffering anymore. To this day, what happened in that room remains the most harrowing example of what addiction can do, and the outcome was the most hideously miserable but preventable death I've ever witnessed. Hey friends, thanks for listening.
Girls, alcohol
Click
is
that
bad.
notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams the nights before every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit, r/Let'sReadOfficial, and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks offered for the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations and save huge on data, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And be sure to say congrats to Hannah and Ryan.
That's one of the thingies that I've always wondered about. What is the purpose of alcohol? Why do people do it? Why do people drink it? As someone who does not partake and is not interested in partaking, I don't personally see the allure. If I want to drink something yummy, I just drink yummy juices. There's the yummies, the Tampico. I like that juice. That's a super good juice. Although, although as a kid, I definitely drank probably way more than I probably should have. It will probably come back to haunt me in a couple years when the doctor tells me that I have diabetes. But hopefully not. Hopefully I will be a-okay. But I am ready. I'm ready. How about you? I am ready to hear some news about that. If the situation arises, I will understand my participation in how that came to be with the diabetes because of my candy and yummy juice consumption. Got no one to blame but myself. But I think I'm typically pretty good at moderating my intake. There's some times where I guess it's several years ago, maybe like fuck man, what would it have been? Maybe 5+ years ago, where I started to shift my focus onto drinking water primarily, and do so intentionally. But since then, I feel like from time to time, I only occasionally feel as if I want to, like I actually crave a sodas or a juices, and I let it win, or I guess it defeats me is what I mean to say. But I think for the most part, I am able to be an adult woman and just say, nah, I'm gonna go ahead and intentionally choose water. It's kind of like an internal test or battle against my what my body craves versus my what I can will my body to do, even when it wants something that's not healthy for me, but it's yummy. Also because Spookyween is fairly soon in the coming months, because it is around the corner. Maybe I'm gonna have to be getting more candy again real soon. I have to get my spicy, yummy lollipops. I haven't had those in so long. Maybe I'll order some for this Spookyween. Anyway, now that the stories are done, I think I'm getting kind of hungry, and I think I have a couple of dreams that I want to get through, but I could save that for next time. There was another Dry Creek Wrangler School video that maybe I'll do. What time is it? It is 12:30, 12:40. How much longer do I feel like I kind of feel like just getting some food, honestly. Ending pretty soon. Are there any new YouTube videos that have been recently uploaded? There's a new Paranormal Portal. He was streaming just now too. He did a 2-hour-long stream. Looking beyond the fear. Creatures, UFOs, ghosts, and more. I wish I could listen to more of his stuff, but his audio is a little wonky, so I'll give him a bit of time to get used to it. I think he's kind of like Wes in that he has to learn how to. He didn't grow up with like slowly learning Photoshop naturally, and then how the skills there transfer over to like video editing and streaming and video capture software. So might take him a while. He still has to watch a couple more YouTube videos of 6-year-olds teaching him how to use OBS and test his audio levels. There's no new thingies I wanna. No new recent uploads in my sub box. Is there something else? No, there's nothing. Nothing in my recommended either. Okay, let's go to that last, The Greatest Ability by Dry Creek Wrangler School, and then we'll see where we go from there. I'll probably maybe do 1 or 2 dreams. If my tummy isn't super duper aching for food, but we'll see. This one is about 20 minutes.
Good morning. Dwayne here, Dry Creek Regular School. Been a couple of weeks, I guess, since I put the last video up, but today is Saturday, the what is it, the 12th, and so it's the end of our second week of school here in Wyoming, and we, what's that? 13. Mama says the 13th. That's why she's here, keeping me straight and right. And so it's been a very good 2 weeks. things were getting things ironed out, and I figured out the changes from Tennessee and what we got here. So it's been very good. Over the last several years, I've had a lot of different horses. I've had a lot of different horses. And some of those horses were really fast. Some of those horses were very athletic. Some of those horses were very smart, very easy to train. Some were very easy to get along with, very, very mild-mannered and easygoing. Some were really sure-footed in the mountains. A lot of different abilities. But the most important ability that I always required, and that I require today in any of my horses, is dependability. When I get a horse in, we bought a horse a couple weeks ago, and he's been worked on a ranch. He's been off for a while, and he's a good horse. He's a solid horse, but there's some holes in his training. And so I asked myself, when we get this horse, what's the first thing I'm going to work on with this horse? It's the first thing I work on with every horse. I'm going to teach this horse to be dependable. Now, no horse has got all abilities. There's no horse out there that has every single ability that a horse could have. But they all need to be dependable. Now, I've told stories on this little horse before. Obviously, this little guy made an impact on me. We had that outfit that I worked for in Alaska. We had that halflinger named Rebel. Now, I heard preachers say in church preaching when I was growing up that, they want the congregation to be there for work day and to be there for this and be there for that. And they'd always say the greatest ability you could have is availability, is to be available. Well, that's just not true. Right?
He was about to say a different word. Well, that's just something else. That's not. That's not the word he said.
Rebel was always available. If you walked out in the pen with a halter, Rebel would walk up and stick his nose in the halter. You did not have to hunt him down. You didn't have to catch him. He was always available. Rain or shine, it didn't matter. If you went out there with a halter, Rebel came up and said, "Here, pick me." The problem was you take Rebel out front, start saddling him and head out, and the odds were as good as they were not that he was going to somewhere along the way say, "Yeah, well, I've had enough." Buck you off and run back to the barn.
He did the horse is doing the SpongeBob meme. I'm a head out. That's what the horse was doing.
And I think over the years, that was several years ago, I think he got older and got more dependable at the time. But Rebel was always available. But you couldn't trust him. You couldn't depend on him. You couldn't say, "I know that this horse is going to be with me for the next 4 hours, right there every step of the way." And for me, I've ridden with guys. I know guys that have horses. They're good horses, good cow horses, tough horses. A lot of cow sense, a lot of bottom, which means a lot of stamina, a lot of go. But they never know when that horse out in the middle of the day, in the middle of nowhere, is going to just, for no reason, just put their head down and start bucking. Now, some guys like that. Some guys tolerate that. I do not tolerate it. I do not tolerate it. I will not have a horse that does that. I don't care how tough that horse is. I don't care how cowy that horse is. All right? I don't care how sure-footed on the rocks he is. If he's treacherous, if he's not dependable, he goes down the road. He gets sold. All right? And I'm the same way with people. I have apprentices come in. We have people, every once in a while we hire somebody come in. And I don't worry about their abilities. I can teach their abilities. All right? If they say, "I've never done this, and I don't know this, and I don't know that," I don't worry about that. All right? Are you dependable? And that's what you need to develop in your life. That's an ability. You say, "Dwayne, I'm not real smart." Well, welcome to the club. I'm not either. Dwayne, I'm not
Same.
real athletic. I'm not either.
Same.
That's the reason when I was a kid I started riding horses in the first place. I was clumsy. I was awkward. I moved awkward, but when I got on the horse, I felt like I was a part of something physical that was powerful and graceful, but I wasn't. All right, so I get it. See, Dwayne, I don't have a lot of background experience. I wasn't taught a lot of things. The one thing you can develop in yourself to improve yourself without going to school, without going to get training, without doing any of that, is to become dependable. The one thing you can do to improve your value on your job site. Maybe you work in heavy equipment, all right? Maybe you work for a framing crew. Maybe you work for an electrician, whatever it is. You say there's guys been doing this for 20 years, and so they're at the top of the food chain, and I'm at the bottom, and I'm the least valuable employee on the job site. How do I improve my value on the job site? Become the most dependable employee. You can't be the most experienced. You can't always be the most skilled, but you can be the most dependable. You can be the one that's there first.
Do you remember Dr. Peterson mentioning something like this? Like, as long as you do your part, even if it's not, even if it's not the pinnacle of performance of, even if you're not the CEO, even if you're not a manager or anything, he does say like it's the little compounding effort that you put in builds up. But the hard part, I guess, these days, in theory, that should work. And like in theory, employers should give their employees fair wages and fair raises. However, it seems as if they're just these days, as if most companies, from what people on the internet seem to suggest, collectively their stories imply, is that the companies are keeping most of the monies for themselves, which I think is actually true. If we look at the charts of productivity over the past, what is it, since like the 40s or 50s or 60s, productivity has gone like up 200% or something like that. Just going off the top of my head, from what I recall. But wages have only gone up like 5%, 8%, some kind of drastically not at all proportional growth for those two. And it was the idea that we're supposed to reduce the amount of days and hours that people needed to work to support themselves, but instead the pay rate isn't reflecting the actual increase in productivity. So I guess, yeah, in theory, philosophically, this idea should be true, but the market has spoken that if we let them get away with it, they're gonna get away with not giving their employees the monies, the fruits of their labor. Which I don't know how we can get back on track to the universe where productivity and wages increase at a similar and or proportional enough rate. I don't know how we get back to that, how we get back on track. I don't even know if that's possible. I feel like there would have to be... I wouldn't want to argue in favor of legislating it. That seems like too much overreach. I feel like there would have to be, like, it would be the employers would have to see another employee and another employer, another corporation do it and reap, and that the initial the initial mega corporation who does it would reap the first major rewards of of proportional wages, wages to productivity, and then hopefully the other employers would follow suit. How about instead of Apple and Samsung and all the other phone companies, how about instead of them doing stupid shit like taking off the uh, the the microphone, the earphone jack, and then the other companies following suit, how about instead of doing stupid shit like that, and how about instead of making it so that you continue with your planned obsolescent design for phones and your computers, how about instead of putting soldering on your SSDs and batteries into your devices, how about instead of doing stuff like that, how about you increase the pay and reduce the hours of your employees, and then let the other companies steal that idea and build up upon that concept, so that people have better work-life balance, and maybe then people will be less miserable and depressed, and maybe we'll see if both the depression and suicide rates in Western men, primarily men, but also women, maybe we'll see a decrease in those numbers. Just a little bit of an idea that I may have thought about quite a bit, but I'm just an individual, so I can't have any actual impact on that other than writing about it, talking about it, streaming about it. Maybe that's something that Apple and Samsung should do. How about that? We should get we should plant somebody in Samsung or Apple. We have a plant who wants to slowly maneuver and dictate policy at those companies to try to bring that to fruition. Just my suggestion, just my idea. I don't know if anybody here, if anybody at these massive companies with massive treasuries and massive purses, I don't know if they want to try to maybe do something like that.
You could be the one that when there's nothing to do and everybody's sitting around doing nothing, you can pick up a broom. You can be the one that is always, the boss knows that he don't have to worry about you. When I have horses, I need a horse that I don't have to worry about. Now I have horses that can do things better than other horses, and so when I have something I need done, I'll pick a horse based on which horse is best for that. Like if I had to go out now and do a really tough ride right now, and head out across the mountains, 8 or 10 miles, 12 miles, whatever it is, I'd pick Biscuit. Because Biscuit here lately has proven to be the toughest little rascal on the place. Boone is my favorite horse, but Boone, he's still getting treatments and stuff. He's still having hip problems. And Mouse is lazy. And Tia has tender feet. And so you see what I'm saying? So when it comes to skill, I pick the horse that is best. Now, if I was going to be sorting pairs for a couple hours for a ranch in a round pen, I'd get Boone. So the skill is there, but the dependability, they all have dependability. I insist on it. And if I have a horse that's dishonest and they're not going to be dependable, I'll sell them. They're gone. They have no, I won't feed them. I won't feed a horse, a dog, or a person that I can't depend on. I won't do it. All right? And some of you are cringing at that, and you think that's a little primitive, a little harsh. Well, that's a little bit reality. I've been on jobs before where I was definitely not in the top hand. I was in the top half of the top hands. But it's very rare I've ever been on a job site where I didn't become the most dependable fellow on a job site. When everybody showed up, we're supposed to be there at 8, I'm there at 7:50, sitting there waiting. Now they may.
I kind of like this so far. The tree in the foreground here, and then the big feet sign That was pretty funny. I like it.
Not show up like this ranch I worked at in Colorado. Be there at 8 o'clock. I'd be there at 8 o'clock. Everybody shows up at 8:15, 8:20, 8:30. But I'm there at 7:50, and I'm going around picking up loose grass, hay grass strings and cleaning them up and checking the oil in the ranch truck and just doing whatever. So when they show up, they're not waiting on Dwayne. Now, I couldn't rope like them fellas, and I didn't know a lot of stuff they knew. But I was the most dependable fellow on the place, and that is a fact. Not the most skilled, but the most dependable. And so dependability covers a multitude of sins, if I can rewrite scripture a little bit. Okay? And so I just want
That's a
to
good one.
encourage you this morning. We started riding Reba. I took Reba out the other morning. Now, you get up a certain age and you reach a certain physical limitations and you start feeling kind of old. And some of us guys, every once in a while, we do something stupid to prove that we still can do something stupid. And so we've got the horses
that's
all
very
turned
true.
out on the mountain up there. They're out in a 200-acre pasture.
I'm still
And
young
we
and
keep
stupid.
one
Yeah.
horse up in the pen to go jingling the horses. And for those of you who are not familiar with the life and the terms, you saddle the one horse that you have and you go out and you round up the other horses and you literally drive them into the corral. Well, I had brought Reba. Now, Reba's a green broke mule. I've been on her twice in Tennessee, but never been on the trail with her. So I had brought Reba down and worked her in the arena down here a little bit. So we went up and I said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to help Will jingling the horses on this half-broke mule this morning. And I said, I want to find out where she is for real, for sure, and for certain.
For real, for real.
Well, I did. I found out. We went out there. And now a mule is not, unless you have an exceptional mule, a mule is not the best thing to jingle horses in on. Because mules have a natural instinctive bonding with horses. And so the horses, when you're jingling horses, they tend to lope away. And so a mule kind of gets excited and says, oh my goodness, they're leaving me. Where a good horse would just be like, he's just there. And you'll stay at that slow lope, it's all good. She kind of panicked when they come by. And so we took off and she bucked on me a little bit. Not hard, not enough to get me out of the saddle. But she did, and then she threw her head up and grabbed that bit and run off. And but I stayed in the saddle, and we got the mules in, and we got the horses in. And so we went riding that day. And so that's what I concentrated on the ride, was just working on her listening to me, because I need to make her dependable. I need her to be dependable. Okay? So just a little bit of encouragement today. If you're looking lately at your life and all the things you cannot do, you can always be dependable. You can always be. Okay? The cigar today is, so there's a company called Aganorsa Leaf. They sent me some cigars, and this is the JFR Titan that came in that box with them. I haven't looked it up. I wanted to try it without, when I try a new cigar, I'll try it without ever looking up the reviews or anything on it. And this isn't a sponsor. This is just a cigar I'm trying today, but I like it. It's a good cigar. Nice and full-bodied and rich. And so the other thing is you guys have noticed the hat on my head. And so when I first started these videos, 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago, I had the brown hat that I've had so much comment on and so much questions on, and Rand's hat. Well, been in contact with Rand's hat, and Rand's hat is now partnered with Dry Creek Wrangler School. Okay, this is Rand's hat. Built me a new hat, and the old hat is fine and good. They've got it. Actually, it's in the mail on the way back now. They completely cleaned it, refurbished it, redid it, and it's on the way back down here. But in the meantime, they built me this hat. Now, You can call Rand's Hat now, and you can say, look, I want the Dry Creek Wrangler. And they have a hat line, they have all the measurements, they have all the shapes and everything. And so you can call Rand's Hat, and you can tell them, I want the Dry Creek Wrangler. And that's a thing now. That's in their lineup. They have all that. So I'm very proud and very pleased that this has come about. Those are some excellent folks up there. They're just as nice and helpful, and about everything as you could ever want. And so I just I want you to check them out, and so we again I'm very pleased about it. Just want to let you know.
He's got like another 4 minutes. What the heck is he talking about for the next 4 minutes?
And when I get it's all grand. Part of the joy of a hat. This end up curving down a bit more. Holds hats every year.
4 minutes about talking about cowboy hats and the benefits of how it's structured. That's me when I talk about the benefits of a certain SFM artist over another, and the tiny, minute little details that makes it look so good, and the little differences between all the different artists that allows me to know which artist is which, because I am familiar with their work. Okay. I'm gonna save this one here for now. I think I could still do a little bit more work up here on this very top branch that's at the far left on the foreground. Next time I think I'll work on the house as well. Let's finish up this tree here on the right, the little tree in the background. Maybe I'll do the house. And then I'll start drawing the kuromis and other super cool spooky beings. But yeah, this is a good starting place. I like it. The Kuromi Ween. Yes, do save. Okay, do I want to tell my dreams? Yeah, I guess I'll finish with a dream because it's the RB and the Chief alternate ending dream. That's pretty wonky. And oh yeah, before I forget, don't forget you can support me with the links below. Check out the Streamlabs. $3 and more gives you a text to speech notification. You can also check out the Subscribe Star. If you want to support my streams and my other stuff, my other works on a monthly basis, which gets you into my super secret subscriber and supporter room, where I post cat pictures and other cool pictures. And then also you can check out my Amazon affiliate links and or Amazon wishlist. If you're gonna buy stuff on Amazon already anyway, click on those links first. And then you can subscribe on Twitch. And also follow me on Kick. What's the Kick? I don't think I actually have a thingy on YouTube. A Nightbot command. Anyway, it's Zero Suit Sonia on Kick as well. And Twitter. So there you go. Actually, don't I have... I don't think I have an up-to-date thingy for links. An up-to-date command for links. I do on Twitch. Do I have it on YouTube? Nightbot. Links. I do have it on YouTube as well. Let's see. Links here. It's gonna take an hour for the chat overlay to show it. And the links here. Okay, there we go. The Twitch one showed up first, even though I typed that one in just now. I have very little hopes that the YouTube one will show up. I don't know why the YouTube chat overlay keeps breaking. Okay, there's Nightbot on YouTube chat, but is there a YouTube overlay today? We will see in a couple seconds. But anyway, let me pull up my drawing. Create new drawing. And I'm gonna get blinded by thing. Oh, okay, there's a YouTube chat overlay. It just takes forever to show up. It's probably like a YouTube chat API delay of some sort. Okay, here is kill this. I think this was yesterday, 2 days ago. Let me check. The message that I typed. I think I typed it yesterday, and it was a dream that I had the day prior to that. It was on August 8th at 12 p.m. So it was Tuesday when I woke up. So this is a dream from Tuesday morning. And it was a alternate ending to RB and the Chief. Let's see, Halo 3 maps. I think there was some stuff prior to this part of the dream that I can remember. Let me see. Okay, here are Halo 3 maps. Guardian, Epitaph, Construct, the Pit. It was in this map, the Pit. I think it was like out here in this area, right outside of this doorway. It was a machinima scene, a machine cinema scene, and it was kind of like an office. The idea that I was trying to convey in this scene, that John CJG was trying to convey in this scene, is that there's like an office. And I guess I'll pull this up here. I can just plop it here, right? There we go. Okay. I think so there was like this doorway here, and then this was like a hallway leading out this way. There's another hallway out this way. And then here there was a doorway into like another structure, like an office room of some sort. So this is supposed to be an office right here. And this hallway continues down this way. And I think it just also continues beyond this this office room where the thing takes place, where the dream takes place. So I believe RB and Chief are here. They come in through here, and then they enter this office room. It reminds me a little bit of that one room in Soma. After you do your dummy launch test, and then there's that spooky monster where there's like a bunch of hallways, and you gotta either unlock or break the window to this room to get the key from the dead Brandon Wan. And why it reminds me of that room is because there's like glass windows on basically all sides. You can like see it through there. So they go into this room. They're both Spartans because I guess it's Halo 3. There's no elites in Halo 3 multiplayer, right? I think it's in Reach and Halo 3 that you can do Halo 3 multiplayer avatars armor. Can you play as an elite in Halo 3 multiplayer? Elite quickly rose in popularity within the gaming space, becoming one of the most beloved enemy types in the first-person shooter genre, eventually even becoming playable in the widely popular multiplayer that launched with Halo 2. Halo 3 and Reach followed this tradition as well. Okay, so you can't play it. I guess for some reason in the dream, they were both Spartans. I guess maybe I was also thinking about the red versus blue because one of them was red and one of them was blue. So they went into this structure, to this office room, office conference room kind of thingy, and so I think the camera's perspective was like over here. So here's the camera box, and then here's the lens looking down this way, like sort of like an overhead shot as you're going into the room, and then it cuts. Inside there, they're arguing about something, and then they start fighting. They start mealing each other, and then the camera cuts to basically where the camera is right now in this picture. This is the back of the camera, and the lens is looking this way. This is the shot that we're looking at. It's a little higher, and the pitch is a little downward, so you can see instead of looking this high up, you're looking down toward the ground. And then beyond this hallway here, there's a cubicle. Basically across this office room where they're fighting, there's a cubicle here. And there is a dead Spartan there. And he's green, like a light lime green kind of a color. Either he's dead or knocked out or passed out or something. And the camera focuses on him for a little bit. So here's like a dead Spartan, knocked out Spartan. I'm not sure. I don't remember if he has any lines or anything, but he's there. He's on the ground. He's in the dead animation. He's not moving. And then I think the camera focuses on this Spartan because somehow either the fact that he's there or the fact that Arby and Chief don't react to him or anything. I think they were. This is like I'm extrapolating a lot, going way beyond what the dream suggested to me. I think that because they were fighting each other and arguing about whatever stupid thing they were arguing about, rather than talking to this knocked out Spartan, that caused the alternate ending to happen, I think. Anyway, so the camera focuses on him, and then it cuts. Okay, okay. A little bit of context as to why I think the next thing happened. Before I started dreaming about this scene, about the alternate Arby and the Chief ending, I was dreaming about like screenshots or still images of some anime. I think there were like some mech anime. Maybe there was like the one NGE, the purple green robot, the Eva. But not exactly. It's kind of like, but not exactly. And so my brain was focusing on like the animation style and like the cool anime robot poses that they were in. And for some reason, my brain was focusing on that. And then from there, my brain was there for like a while. Like there were different characters. I think for some reason I was also thinking of like the Afro Samurai because we had recently talked about him. And maybe some other fighting anime characters. I don't know any names or titles other than the few that I've heard. But my brain was dreaming that. And then we cut to this Arby the Chief thing. And then after focusing on this dead lime green Spartan, the camera cut to real life footage, which I assume was also part of the show. Real life vlogging footage of John in Japan. However, because Arby and Chief didn't come talk to this dead, knocked out lime green Spartan, there was like a rift in the universe. So some of the shots, some of the scenes of John's vlogging Japanese escapades were fine. But if he was on camera, then the universe revealed how it was messed up. So I think, for instance, there was like he wasn't on camera, like he was recording like maybe a traffic or something. But then another scene, it was like somebody was recording him, and he was at like an outdoor restaurant kind of thing. He had it's like an over the shoulder perspective. In this one particular scene that I'm thinking of, where it shows that the universe is all messed up. So this is the back of his head. Then here's his hoodie or whatever. And here's like it's like a small round table. And there's like traffic. So he's like this. Here's the end of the restaurant, like the outside little booth thingy, and then here would be the sidewalk. Not at this exact perspective, it'd be a little different. Here's the sidewalk, and then here would be busy traffic with vehicles and such. They're zooming past. So John is here. The camera is from this perspective. This is the back of his head, so we can see his balding John CJG hairs. And he has like some kind of a seafood dish. He's using chopsticks, and it looks kind of like a tentacle of like an eel or an octopus, either like an eel tail or an octopus tentacle with the little suckers on there. But it's actually like a pretty size, like what's a good size? Like maybe the longest part of the tentacle would be like the width of your phone. I think it's like it's a good range of measurement. And so he has this tentacle on the chopsticks, and he's like looking at it. And he's like turning it as if you're in a video game, like how in Last of Us, when you can inspect an item, you can turn it around a little bit and look at it from multiple sides. That's sort of what he's doing while the tentacle is on the chopsticks. So he's looking around at it, but he's not eating it. And then the camera moves. It's over the shoulder, so it moves forward so that we can see like where the front of his head is. But he doesn't have a face. He doesn't have a face. I think the front of his head looks like the back of his head too. Like so he has no face, he has no nose, he has no eyes, no mouth. I don't know if he has ears. I think he does have ears. But the front of his face looks like the back of his face. Like it's just like the back of his hair. And I'm like kind of spooked at this point. It's like, what the heck is going on here? And I think there was another scene where he's like filming one of those towers that look like the Eiffel Tower, like the fake Japanese Eiffel Towers. Um, I I think it's mostly all in daytime. I believe maybe one of the other scenes, it's like it's maybe like a like the earth is imploding or something. I don't really know how to describe it. Like what I don't know how to describe what I saw and experienced in my dream. But I could tell that the universe was not acting in the way that I would expect it to behave. And I don't really know how to word it. I don't even know how to remember it. But this is the one thing that I do remember, where he is like he's trying to eat this seafood thing, but he can't because he has no face, he has no mouth, he has no eyes, no nose. And I believe something else happened, but I don't really remember. But that's part of what I had here in my. That's part of the meal that I had here in my dream about the alternate Arby and the Chief ending. And I don't really remember. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. I'm trying to think right now what else happened, because there were at least two things. This seafood thing and then something else. Let me see if I go back to read what I wrote here in the DM. I don't think I put down any details or hints because I wanted to save it for this. I said I had an alternate dream ending for Arby and the Chief. It was quite postmodern, artistic, and weird. And that's it. That's all I said. But right now, I cannot for the life of me remember the other situation other than like that weird implosion thing that I guess like the universe, the Arby and the Chief universe was imploding for who knows what reason, who knows what narrative purpose that served. But yeah, I guess because I can't recall, I'm just gonna leave it here for now. There were some other dreams. There was like a car crash dream that I had. I wrote down some other stuff. It's here. Let me check. I had a library dream and a car crash dream and a school presentation art kind of thing dream. I'll do those next time. I wrote those down in my notes here, so I wrote down a few little details and hints, and I remember pretty well off of those details, those few words. So I will do those next time, maybe, when I do a longer stream. But yeah, that's my spooky, strange, bizarre Arby and the Chief dream. I'll try to see if I can recall the other weird thing in better detail, but I don't think so I'll be able to. So yeah, that'll be it for today. I already did my ways you can support my work, so I'll just go ahead and good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid, take care of yourself. If you enjoyed the stream, you know where to support. Tell your friends, tell your family. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye bye.